If you ain't talking money, then I don't want to talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Then them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Then them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Then them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Then them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like jack boys. Catch them slipping and slam.
Get ready for the most glamorous event of the year, the U2B Streets Awards 2025, February 9, 2025, at Laven Midtown, located at 641 West 42nd Street, New York City. Join us at 12 p.m. for the pre-show red carpet extravaganza and a chance to win $500 in our fashion contest. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., enjoy the gold tier experience with speakeasy confessionals, press interviews, and premium cocktails. At 4 p.m., the platinum tier includes performances, a comedic host, an award ceremony, dinner, and gift bags. From 8 p.m., The Diamond tier features a VIP after party with a DJ, aerial dance, fire performances, and gift bags. 24 YouTube categories. And many nominees. Can't attend in person? Stream the entire event live on Hush and Move Media via Uscreen for just $9.99. Get your early bird tickets before September 15, 2024. Visit now. Be a sponsor. Be extraordinary. Be there. Be great.
Welcome, YouTubers, to another edition of We-On-Loc Nation and the Loc sector. Of course, we're going to represent the brand, the B sector 8, because it's not beef. We ain't beefing with nobody. But I thought I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist seeing what I saw and happening to report it to you guys. But before we do that, when you coming in, like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. Okay. It's a late night. I know it's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, 12 o'clock on the West. I'm gonna try to make this one as short as sweet as possible. Try to hit the Cash App tonight. $1 here, 50 cents there. $1 here, 50 cents here. Hey, Commander, appreciate you. Salute, salute, salute. I have a real big problem. I have a real big problem with authority. Because once authority uses and abuses, I tend to ignore authority. Because it's starting to get a little bit tiresome. It's starting to become a little bit dangerous. And what can be in the worst part of the countryside other than Baltimore? Baltimore is like, what, number 2 or number 3 as being, as it pertains to it being the worst when it comes to crime and police. I think St. Louis is number 1. Not sure at all. We need to, boy, it's going to get worse before it gets better. That's all I know. And, oh, by the way, if my audio is kind of janky, if we have Negroes in the comment section bitching and complaining that the audio is janky, I got news. I got a solution for you. Put some bread in my Cash App. Put some bread in my Cash App. $ Desi 888. $ Desi 888. Or you can come on the chat and you can super chat me. If not, please shut the hell up. We don't get it. There ain't no other ethnicity that does this. White, Chinese. I mean, there ain't nobody that clowns us more than us. It's ridiculous. It's crazy, and it goes to ridiculous lengths. Only we do that. Only we do that. We clown on another brother's success. That ain't cool. Even if the person YouTube channel is like lower than another person's channel when the channel is doing like, I don't know, a million subs and like 100,000 views or something like that, versus a brother that only does like 10,000 or something like that. Content is content to me, whether it's low budget or high maintenance. I want to congratulate all my successes, including Mahogany Roots. Shouts out to Mahogany Roots. Shouts out to Mahogany Roots, baby girl. Hey, you know you're always welcome. You're always welcome. And Venus, you know you're always welcome too. So don't trip. Do not trip. Do not trip, because respect is earned. Respect is earned in this month. And boy, women do not get any respect. Do not get any respect. Do I come from the B sector? No, I represent Trish. Shish Trish. She's live right now, but that's the woman who I represent. That's why I did her. That was her commercial. Just helping the girl out. That's all. Just helping the girl out. And I also, I'm also connected with her in the channel. Respectfully, she does a fabulous job. I can't wait for the awards. I can't wait for the rewards, but it's going to be quite interesting to see who's going to be at the reward ceremony. It's going to be quite interesting. It's sad to say I ain't going to be able to make it. I probably will watch it live, but it's going to be quite interesting. Just like the people in the beef sector, not beef sector 8, but the people in the beef sector came to Las Vegas. It was quite interesting. I guess they're the reason why we smelled all that smoke for so long. I don't know. I mean, where we live, it lingered everywhere. I'm gonna have to blame it on them. But anyway, I ain't gonna waste none of your time. Might as well start with a banger. Might as well start with a heavy banger. Aren't you getting sick and tired of this police brutality shit? Aren't we getting sick of this police brutality shit? Face.
Here it is.
Put him in the cup. What I do? I gotta just put him in the cup. Hold on. Stop! You right? I can't breathe. Yo, right here, right there. Yo, you reach back over the shoe. You put in my pocket. You not reach. And I do with the shoe. You not reach. You put something in my pocket. 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 Turn around. You put reach. You put something in my pocket. You put something in my pocket. Reach. You put something.
Now, what if that gun were to go off? He's already down. She's already pinned down to the pavement. Now you got a gun to his temple. And what if that Pacific gun went off? Now would have been another one on the books of another black man who would have been shot point blank range, up close and personal by police.
Under my pocket. He put something in my pocket. He put something in my pocket. Turn around. He put something in my pocket. Turn around. He put something in my pocket. He put something in my pocket. I got it.
I have more video. This case actually went into an investigative phase. The defense attorney, or the attorney for the alleged victim there, says, first of all, the stop was improper. There was no probable cause to effect any type of arrest whatsoever. So there's a lot of confusion by the individual who is being accosted and physically assaulted by the police.
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member so we can continue to bring this content to you. Now back to the show.
There's more. Here it is.
Hold on 1 second. Come here. I'm clearing everybody out of here. Yes, sir. Yo, he just put a whole thing in my pocket, bro. It's on camera. Bro, it's on camera. You put it out of my pocket.
Put up the picture full mass. I'm going to explain, try to clarify some of the chaos you see. The Baltimore State's Attorney Office, they decided on September 5th that they will not pursue criminal charges against a Baltimore detective who pressed his gun against the temple of a black man who was lying on the sidewalk and held down by other officers during an arrest. This arrest took place in May. Defense attorneys for Mr. Jamin Joyner, the 23-year-old man you see being arrested there. The attorney accused the police of using excessive force on Joyner and for stopping him without probable cause. Charges against Joyner were completely dropped, but the police officer's conduct is reportedly still under investigation by the local police department. Now, a video of the incident, which took place on May 23rd, captured by a body-worn police camera and first aired by WBAL TV News in July, showed a group of 5 cops. You got 5 police officers arriving at the scene in front of a corner bodega. This is in East Baltimore. The detective is Connor Johnson. Detective Johnson is the one who tried to restrain Joyner and place him in custody. The officers were responding to a robbery. It was a robbery in the area, and according to them, they were searching for a suspect described as a 6-foot black male wearing a brown hoodie and a ski mask. Joyner, who is about 5 feet 7 inches,
5 feet 7,
was wearing a red and black shirt when he was detained by the department's district action team, reported Baltimore Magazine.
Don't they have like stop and frisk in New York? I wonder if they still have stop and frisk in New York. It's starting to get a little bit ridiculous though. And again, I'm not surprised. I'm not shocked. If the gun went off, then of course it was, oh, it's an accidental shoot, you know. But you kind of roughed them up. First, it's I would call it racial profiling, because you're looking for somebody who's over 6 feet, not under 6 feet. If you would have said under 6 feet, it would have been a little bit more understandable. But you're looking for somebody over 6 feet. It's crazy.
DAT is an 80-person unit created in 2017 after the police department disbanded its gun trace task force, whose members have been found guilty of racketeering.
Oh yeah, of course, and they get all scot-free with their bonds intact.
Robbery, exhortation charges, and who commonly stop people without reasonable suspicion or probable cause, according to the report in the magazine. So what did Baltimore PD do? They rebranded them. Yes, let's just give them a new name. Keep the culture. New name. There's more. Detective Phil. You got a guy named Detective Phil Polanco. Phil. Baltimore PD do? They rebranded them. Yes, let's just give them a new name. Keep the culture. New name. There's more. Detective Phil. You got a guy named Detective Phil Polanco. Phil Polanco told reporters in July that officers were, in fact, trying to put Joyner in handcuffs when he got away and fled on foot before being apprehended. In the video, Joyner is shown twisting away from officers and briefly running before being grabbed and held down on the sidewalk. Quote, he's reaching for something. That's what Detective Christian Agard screams. You can hear it. Quote, I ain't reaching for nothing. Joyner responds. And one of the detectives presses his knee into the chest of Joyner, who then says, quote, I can't breathe. Officers begin to search his pockets, and Joyner screams, what did you just put in my pocket? And he put something in my pocket. Johnson then put one hand on Joyner's neck, pressing his face against the sidewalk, and took out his service weapon, putting the barrel of the Glock 22 to his temple for about 6 seconds before pulling the gun away and standing up. In their arrest report, officers said they found a handgun, 8 live 22 caliber rounds, a magazine, and a powdery substance they suspected to be heroin in Joyner's possession. The public release of the video led to a demand from the Police Accountability Board. That Police Accountability Board is in Baltimore City, and they wanted Johnson to be suspended.
Oh, so we're still doing that, huh? B.O., let's sprinkle some crack on them. Let's get out of here. Is that what we're doing? I can dig that. I can definitely dig it. You know, planting crack on a brother head, and you wonder why we hate police.
So let's go to an exacting policy dynamic in Baltimore that was helpful, at least to a degree. They have an accountability board. Some call them a citizens review board. If you don't have one in your local city, make sure you support individuals running for city council and county commission and mayor and CEO to get one and to make sure they have subpoena power. At least it provides transparency if there's no justice. Quote, I am sure nowhere in the officer training is it justifiable to point a gun at point blank range at the temple of an already subdued subject, said the board chairman of this accountability authority, Joshua Harris. Quote, mistakes like this have the potential to end lives or negatively impact them forever.
Like they care. Like they care if they don't. I mean, they're supposed to protect lives, not take it. What does it mean to them? At the end of the day, they get to go back home to their families, while the next black mother, is meant to suffer. So what does that mean?
He said and called for Johnson to undergo rigorous training on de-escalation and appropriate use of force and a firearm. These officers went over the top. This was unnecessary, unprovoked, and in the end, unacceptable. Tony Garcia, Joyner's defense attorney, told the Baltimore Sun, quote, they wanted to put an exclamation on their use of force, said Garcia. Not only is it excessive, but they wanted to imprint a mark of fear in his mind. That is unacceptable. That cannot be allowed to happen, end quote. Joyner's defense attorneys also complained that the police officers lacked probable cause to arrest their client, who did not match the description of the suspect they sought. And further noted that the victim told police at the scene of Joyner's arrest that he was not the person who robbed him. Police Commissioner Richard Worley defended Johnson's action, saying at a news conference in July, reported the Sun, saying he was out there doing his job. Okay, so they held him there. The person who was the actual victim of a crime, he comes by. He's likely in a police cruiser to do positive identification on the scene. They bring him there. He said, "Hey, you know what? That's not the guy." How is it that the victim was aware that's not the guy when the guy had on the ski mask? Well, remember, the guy was 6 feet tall and had on different clothes. The cops didn't understand that, obviously. There's more.
No, they're just looking for a nigger. That's what they're looking for. It doesn't matter what clothes you wear. Doesn't matter if it's usually the lesser of the few that are under 6 feet. They always get equal treatment, if you will. Yeah, get that nigger with the hoodie on. Get that nigger with the. It's quite tiresome. Energy draining. Just no public shame at all. And we talk about shaming women. We should shame the police. Too much like right. Too much like right. So people under 6 feet, over 6 feet, they get the same amount of equal treatment, right? Okay, cool. Doesn't matter who you are, or, you know, if you have a job, if you have a job, if you can prove that you can, if you can pull out not even a wad of money, if you could pull out $20, if it's 20,000 or $20, you're still a nigga to the police.
The Commissioner Worley said that he had been in a similar situation, or similar situations, with an armed suspect trying to free his hands, and that quote, you try to do whatever you can to get him in custody. You're scared. You're fighting for your life because you don't know what he's going to do. Joyner was charged with handgun possession or possessing a loaded handgun, and drug possession. He spent 54 days in jail and missed reporting to a new job during that time. All of the charges were dismissed in July for further investigation by the Baltimore State Attorney's Office.
Meanwhile, he loses an opportunity because he spent 54 days in jail. Okay. You're gonna screw their livelihood. No, I mean, don't even give him a settlement. Don't give him, hook him up with, a job or something like that where he can start the next day. No, we don't want to do that. We don't have the right to do that. The state, the city, doesn't matter where you from. If you get treatment like this, and it happens all the time, just note, it doesn't matter who you are. Black man, black woman, it doesn't matter. Just note that it doesn't have to be fear now, because I think we're over fear at this point. I hope we're over here at this point. But if not, if it's like your first time getting pulled over by the police and you feel a certain shock going from your brain to your spinal cord, actually, from your spinal cord up to your brain, I can see that, right? No argument there. No judgment here. But when it comes to Negroes like myself who actually have been pulled over, luckily nothing has happened to me. Yeah, I'm not fearless. I'm not fearful of this. I'm not fearful of this at all. Cause what else can they do? What else can they do? Unless we have our own establishments, people. Unless we have our own, unless we build our own communities to the point that we can become competitive again. This is the result you get.
The officer's conduct in the incident was under investigation by the Baltimore police. Spokeswoman Lindsay Eldridge said at the time of the video's release in July, noting that one of the officers involved, they have already been suspended. Following the state attorney's office's decision not to charge Johnson, Baltimore Police Department will finalize its investigation of the incident for potential policy violations and recommend any administrative charges to them.
I gotta read this. It said the commander said the monsters with automatic weapons are scared of unarmed citizens. Correct. Citizens minding their own business, and to that I will add on the caveat. Not only do they mind their own business, but sometimes they be caught going into their house, and sometimes you'll be afraid to even lock the door because you know at 6 in the morning they can kick that some bitch in. And you did absolutely nothing wrong. Absolutely. Absolutely. Of course, I'm going to have white people come up on there and say, do you have a problem with white police? What's wrong? First you have a problem with white folks. Now you have a problem with police. It's not the fact that I do have a problem with police. I have a problem with them abusing their authority. That's all that is. And you don't know who hired, who these people are, and what their background is, what their true background is. Anybody can cover anything up. All right? It's disgusting. I know.
Administrative Charging Committee, a civilian body that reviews all police investigations that involve a member of the public, reported The Sun. I think the family is appalled, Garcia told Baltimore Magazine. They're very disappointed that this officer will not be held accountable. And neither will the officers who saw what happened and failed to report. They do have a duty to report in Baltimore. Baltimore police are operating under a 2017 federal court ordered consent decree over policing practices that violated citizens' constitutional rights, including unlawful use of force by its officers. The Justice Department investigation that led to the order came in the wake of the in-custody death of Freddie Gray, whose neck was broken in the back of a police van in April 2015. And if you remember, the reason why that happened is because they gave him what's called a rough ride. They put him in a paddy wagon. They don't strap him down. There's no opportunity for him to have any level of safety. And they start to hit every curve, every bump, every sharp turn in order to throw the individual around intentionally. Public defenders of Baltimore are concerned that officers in the DAT unit are resuming the kind of misconduct that the consent decree is meant to eradicate. Yeah, you changed your name, but they didn't change the culture. Public Defender's Office, I'm glad you all are stepping up. Anecdotally, we're seeing lots of questionable stops and what appears to be falsely generated reasons for stops, said Deborah Cass-Levy, Director of Special Litigation for the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. We're definitely seeing the old school ways showing up again. Now, I have to pause on this irony because it's a beautiful one. The Public Defender's Office is not truly an adversarial office to the prosecutor. They basically work for the same government. Prosecutor's office, very well funded, budget galore. Public defender's office, they have a higher caseload. They have to fight for the little money they have. They don't get to pay for witnesses, expert testimony, etc. Prosecution does.
Half of them police put money in their pocket. Come on, man. Come on. Half of them mofos be putting all that money in their pocket. Even your state legislators too. Baltimore's bought, paid, and sold.
You rarely hear the head public defender or a special public defender coming out to talk against the very city she works for. Big ups to you. Last year, Garrison Project, an investigative journalism organization, reported that an analysis of information by the Maryland Public Defender's Office about the police district action team found that its 79 officers have been investigated more than 700 times.
What does that tell you? 79 officers have been investigated 700 times. What does that tell you?
Including 410 investigations for the use of force, 257 internal affairs investigations. DAT's officers have also faced 21 civilian review board investigations, 9 civil lawsuits, constantly defunding the police.
Now, if I become a police officer, if I do some shit like that, ain't gonna be but one time they investigate me. But let these white boys steadily coming in there and signing an application and be well upon their merry way with some type of swastika on their arm or some type of rhetoric on their arm. We just ignore that. We're gonna ignore the 3. I have to show you. If you put these on your belt buckle, having your fingers pointing down like this. Remember, these 2 fingers are putting your belt buckle, and each time you see somebody do this, a white person do that, it says what? KKK.
The date on the investigations is not indicative of impropriety, said Eldridge, the police department's public affairs officer, due to their role and enforcement function. We understand that our DATs are subject to a greater number of complaints in the execution of their duties, from traffic stops, executing warrants, identifying individuals responsible for drug trafficking and violence. These teams focus on many high-level offenses that
this case, and then let's talk about the basically the new gun trace task force. So in this case, like you lay out, doesn't fit the description. He's a few inches shorter and wearing a different outfit. Clearly doesn't know what he's dealing with here. They come aggressively. They hold a gun to his head. It looks like, and he claims, they planted something on him. There's a problem with the tactics here in all of that. You see a young black man on the sidewalk and think, that's the guy. That is quintessential racial profiling. So then beyond that, the tactics question. So this district action team, as you lay out, seems just like a totally rebranded gun trace task force. And you see the department and officials covering for them, for the tactics, for the complaints. Oh, well, just due to the nature of the work. No, the nature of the work in the gun trace task force was planting drugs on people, assaulting people, robbing drug dealers, dealing drugs themselves, stealing from people, potential suspects, searching homes and just hoarding whatever they found for themselves, stuffing cash behind their bulletproof vests. There's a couple good books on this. We Own This City and I've Got a Monster are 2 good ones. The police department themselves were not capable of holding themselves and their fellow officers accountable. It wasn't until the federal government and the DOJ got involved. And this dissent decree, or the consent decree, which they're complaining about, seems like, and they're upset by, which calls for new tactics, calls for a new system, new behaviors. It seems like they're just trying to exploit a loophole by naming it something else and essentially having the same tactics. People of Baltimore know how bad Baltimore cops are, how corrupt and crooked Baltimore cops are. They're familiar with it. And they try to avoid them at all costs. And this isn't a new phenomenon. You've seen this goes back decades, but even longer from what I understand. So the corruption and the crookedness in the Baltimore Police Department, unfortunately, still persists just under a new name.
This is that case of culture eating policy alive every single.
Pretty much. So, shouts out to Baltimore. They ain't no different from Detroit. So, I mean, what can you say? I mean, I have to get into politics. But I know the basics of everything. You first get into on the politics side. You first get into it. Some people will tell you on the side, it's okay. It's okay for things to crash and burn, and a little later on, not to do anything too shallow, but just in case you do get caught up and you end up shooting a couple of niggas. It's quite okay. It's quite okay. Quite all right. We'll clean up the little mess for you. We'll clean up that mess. Meanwhile, they're tearing down buildings and building nice little facilities, like in downtown Baltimore. Building nice little facilities and gentrifying your ass, just like they do the people in New York and the people in LA. New World Order shit. Well, we haven't heard from the good doctor in a little while. All this P. Diddy nonsense. Do you think he's a victim? Do you think P. Diddy's a victim, or is he a suspect? Is P. Diddy a victim?
Let me go to Sean Puffy Combs if I can for 1 minute. Let me go to Sean Puffy Combs if I can for 1 minute. Let me go to Sean Puffy Combs if I can for 1 minute. Now, we've been down this road before when we discussed R. Kelly. We've been down this road before when we discussed Bill Cosby. We've been down this road before when we discussed R. Kelly. We've been down this road before when we discussed Bill Cosby. First of all, you low vibrational Negro-pean Democratic Party plantation roaches, let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. I do not support Donald Trump any more than I support Kamala Harris. To you low vibration, politically uneducated Democratic Party plantation roaches. You're not even slaves anymore, you're roaches. I don't support Donald Trump any more than I support Kamala Harris. I don't support either one of them. So please stop the cat. Please stop the cat. Please stop the cat. Now, what we see going on with Sean Puffy Combs, who doesn't appear to be an angel by any stretch of the imagination, but I want to draw a very, very clear distinction here.
Protect your wealth by spending physical gold, not paper money that grows weaker by the second.
For you low vibration Democratic Party plantation roaches, I want to draw a very clear distinction. Being a freak is not against the law of the United States of America. Being a sexual deviant is not against the laws of the United States of America. Having 1,000 bottles of dollar store baby oil in your home is not against the laws of the United States of America. Last time I checked, President George Washington was a... So being a sexual deviant is not against the law in America, because America's greatest heroes and presidents in sexual deviance. I want you to understand, overstand, and understand.
Isn't Kevin Spacey still walking around? Who's the dude that did the TV show Home Improvement? Who's that guy? Is he still around? Is Kevin Spacey still around? But Puff Daddy's the only one that got incriminated. Oh, damn. White supremacy don't play, Jack.
How we doing, young sisters? Y'all be careful out here. So I want you to understand, overstand, and understand what I'm saying right now. Okay? If being a sexual freak was a crime in America, you would have never heard the name of George Washington and Thomas Jefferson. Let us be absolutely clear. Didn't Bill Clinton get fellatioed in the Oval Office? Did not William Jefferson Clinton commit adultery and get fellatioed in the Oval Office of the White House and then lied under oath? True or false, brothers and sisters? True or false, brothers and sisters? True or false? Did William Jefferson Clinton, did he or did he not get his phallus gummy beard in the White House Oval Office? Did or did he not get gummy beard by Monica Lewinsky in the White House? Is not illegal in the United States of America. 1,000 bottles of dollar store baby oil is against no law in this country.
Neither is. I don't know. I don't ever want to. What's the whole purpose of a freak? I mean, fuck, Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, all them trick bags, man. Charlie Sheen, all them trick bags. Emilio Estevez is the only one that had any common sense. God,
is Diddy a freak? Quite possibly. Is he a sexual deviant? Quite possibly. Does he belong to the Rainbow Gang? Quite possibly. But I'm looking for evidence that he broke a law.
I mean, he is kind of sweet. I mean, he has that Pop-Tart in him. But at the same time, I mean, I don't care how much muscles you build, or you some type of freaking track star. Nah, nigga. You got a little sugar in your tank. Like this. I don't know. What do y'all think? Y'all think that Puffy got a little sugar in his tank?
I've been watching some of these Caucasian news streams. I've been watching some of these Caucasian news streams. And what I find most interesting, CNN, CNBC, Fox News.
Okay. Joanne, welcome to the channel. She says, anyone who thinks that Diddy is innocent is going to be an example of evil defending evil, remembering birds of the same feather. He's not defending Puffy at all. He's just asking questions. Remember, a lot of people gave Harvey Weinstein a pass, Oprah being one of them. And then you forget Charlie Sheen, of course. I think he was Corey Corey Feldman. Corey Feldman was a victim. He did drugs, but he was a victim. He did drugs, but he was a victim. And of course, everybody forgets Kevin Spacey. Of all those rumors of him touching and feeling, doing sexual acts with an underage girl, but Puffy's the one that gets to go to jail. Okay. I mean, we want to be fair all across the board, right? We want to be fair all across the board. And of course, Jay-Z's next. Don't be surprised if Jay-Z falls on his sword too. Do not be surprised.
Even when I read the New York Times, the Philadelphia Inquirer, USA Today, the LA Times, what I'm having trouble wrapping my mind around, brothers and sisters, what the Prince of Pan-Africanism is having trouble wrapping my mind around is they say that he beat and he stomped out Mrs. Cassie Ventura.
Everybody's seen
the video clearly proves,
yep,
in which I will not support nor defend.
Yep.
He stomped her out. They proved that he had 1,000 bottles of baby oil. They proved that he be having freak offs all over the country, particularly in New York, Miami, and Los Angeles. What I have yet to hear is any evidence that Sean Puffy Combs is guilty of a federal crime. Let me explain something to you low vibration Negroes. Let me explain something to you low vibration Negroes. The federal government does not prosecute sex crimes. The federal government does not prosecute sex crimes. Sex crimes are prosecuted by the state. But Sean Puffy Combs was arrested by the feds. I want you to listen up real good. I want you to listen up real good to Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade. I'm going to say it again for the Republican Party plantation slaves, and I'm going to say it again for the Democrat.
I don't know. I don't know. Did they say it was baby? Yeah, it was baby oil. Yes. I don't know the emphasis of the baby oil. I mean, there was a couple of times where you see niggas with their shirt off and bodies all glistening and I think that baby oil was meant for something else. Oh, God. This is some freak shit. Feds do the feds do prosecute trafficking. Yeah. I don't know what the feds do nowadays. I don't know what they do. All I know is if they get a chance, they will stuff some shit in your pocket. That's all I know. I don't know what police. I don't know what the police. I would prefer a sheriff. I would prefer the sheriff because the sheriff, all he wants to do is just do his job and go home. You got the police, you got the FBI, you got the feds. It's a mess. I'm not saying they're good people out there. I'm not saying that. But the majority of people that you see nowadays, especially with all this going on, and the fact that he had his house raided in Miami, in New York. And I think, no, it was later on in Miami he got his house raided. Later on he got his house raided. I might get one of the two mixed up. No, I'm right. He did get his house raided in New York. Free golfs. Getting everybody 2-seat up. Oh no. You thought it was the 2-seat was in the bottles. Nope. It was in the bottled waters, in the juice. You want to get juicy, you get fruity. Want everybody to get order. Want everybody to be ordered. What was it? It was a cocaine, some shit you put up your rectum or whatever. The 2C, the stuff in the paint. I don't know what that shit is. I don't know. Ask Jaguar Wright. She knows.
Democratic Party plantation slaves. The federal government does not prosecute sex crimes. Sex crimes are prosecuted by the state. The U.S. Constitution does not discuss sex crimes. The United States Constitution does not discuss sex crimes. So now, Sean Puffy Combs is not being indicted for sex crimes. That is not the primary charge because the federal government does not process sex crimes.
Hold on. Now, I want to be totally sure about this. I want to definitely be totally sure about this because I heard it and I want to hear it again.
3-count indictment charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel.
Cassie!
The victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days.
Mind you, and I might be wrong about this, but there is nothing wrong with when it comes to the law, there's nothing wrong with having a freak. That's not the law. Having a freak off is not against the law. Having drugs and forcing them onto people is against the law. Now, I'm not an expert. Maybe you are. I'm not an expert if drugs are federal or they're state issue. Is it federal when it comes to drugs? Is it federal or is it state? Either way, it's wrong for forcing. Ain't nothing wrong with no freak woman. Well, use your imagination. A freak off's a freak off. Mofos come and go. But when you force drugs down their throat through manipulation, through anything, if you spike something that's I think that's a state offense or a federal offense. They say a state offense or a federal offense. Why did what? Why are they only using that example of Cassidy? Don't worry. Pretty soon, if they go to trial, you got the people from Denny Canes coming through. A lot of people are coming through. But remember when he had that boy, it was so disgusting. Had that boy read that list of people who he was going to point the finger at, basically. I mean, he named everybody from actors to actresses to football players to basketball players. I mean, this nigga, whoo, he said he's the new Nino Brown. He's the new Nino Brown. It's like, I got a list of people. Why do you think he bailed out for $75 million?
Days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance.
Before I continue, can we please get the likes up? Can we please get the likes up? Who does that remind you of? What he just read, who does that remind you of? I'll give y'all a couple minutes. It's similar. It's so similar. I'll do it again. It's so similar.
By monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. By giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance.
Who does that remind you of? Nature Boy. Doesn't that remind you of Nature Boy a little bit? The nigga that's in prison right now, manipulating every Negro there is and possibility, giving them the old yeehaw, pause. Ugh. But that's what the nigga do. But don't that sound a little bit familiar? Yeah, it sounds familiar to me, because that is Nature Boy. Because Nature Boy did almost the exact same thing. Took away financial things, money, credit cards, cell phones. You couldn't even have a freaking cell phone. And you were stuck on an island. You know the difference between those people and the people in Dubai? Dubai, they can do that shit. Dubai, that's their country. That's their country. It's like a dictatorship over there. Over here, flash a little cash at the the little police station by the borders. Just talk to them, sweet talk them a little bit, blah 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 blah. All of a sudden a woman escapes and it's like, oh, you Nature Boy's girl. Oh, okay, let me call him real quick. Next thing you know, you call Nature Boy gives him a little money, then next thing you know, the woman's heading back and getting her ass beat. Called a punishment. All these trick bags to Trick Daddy, or excuse me, Puff Daddy and Harvey Weinstein, all of them some trick bags. Jesus Christ. I saw a video on IG where they were showing, I guess, some dude getting burned alive in Brazil. Got knocked out cold turkey, poured gasoline all over him, set him on fire. How many of you think we should do that if anybody started effing with the kids? Because that was, I guess that was the reason, because he raped a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. Man, we should be coming out with ass whoopings.
Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the free. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs's crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs's residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs's electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims.
Damn.
And they seized cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether.
What the hell is the fucking baby? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm a grown-ass man. I do not want to know. The only time I use baby oil is with my legs and feet. That's all. And elbows. Legs, knees, and elbows. And it ain't going no place else, Jack. That shit is ridiculous, yo. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Well, Puff Daddy's back in the news again, and as we've become accustomed to, it's not for anything good. The feds have arrested him for racketeering and human trafficking. Frankly, they tipped their hand on this one last year, and it was obvious it was just a matter of time until the other shoe dropped. They were telegraphing this move for the longest while, I guess preparing the minds of the public for this big move. Well, they finally closed escrow and decided to arrest and charge him. I'm not a music lover, definitely not a fan of Puff Daddy, and even if I did listen to his music, I still wouldn't care. But I do think that it's worth commenting on because it shows how foolish the black celebrity class is. These guys never learn. The charges against him are racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. And that means that this is being pursued as a RICO case. That's basically what this is. Well, first you had those rappers out in Atlanta, and now this. I guess the feds figure if it was good enough for young slime life, it's good enough for Puff Daddy. Nothing happens in a vacuum under white supremacy, so they're using the same strategy across the board. This is clearly the go-to template for how prosecutors at the state and federal level are going to go after these rappers for these show trials. And whether you like Puff Daddy or not, just keep in mind, there's nothing they're accusing him of that you haven't had a lot of these white businessmen who have been doing a hell of a lot more of. We'll get to that in a minute. But we all know it's the sex trafficking part that's the salient reason for why the feds have been licking their chops on this one. Isn't it interesting how every time it comes to some high-profile black man who's being charged with something, the accusation is almost always something of a sexual nature? If you want to bring a black man down, just accuse him of not being able to keep his pants up. When it comes time for them to fire what they think to be their big gun, their silver bullet, it's almost always something having to do with sex. That tells us a lot more about the white authorities and what they fixate on than it does the black male celebrities who they're constantly trying to lock up. And they made sure to have a black U.S. attorney be the one presenting this to the public. You can bet Merrick Garland personally signed off on that particular move. Now, I listened to this U.S. attorney lay out these case, as it were, and with the exception of the allegations of narcotics and violence, nothing they listed were really crimes. They said that Puff Daddy set up sex parties and videoed them. Well, those aren't crimes. They say that his assistants set up lights and such for their sex parties. Again, those aren't crimes either. Buying condoms, baby oil, and the like, those aren't crimes, nor are the AR-15s. If they're so worried about AR-15s, they need to go out to the suburbs and stop America's next mass killer before he strikes. So they describe Diddy and his assistants setting up sex parties, stocking up on baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linen lightings, as if those were
first the 2C, the loosey-goosey, and now you got AR-15s? What type of non-superficial, inordinary bullshit is this? Listen. Here in Las Vegas, Nevada, we have swinger clubs. All right, open door policy. Anybody can go in. Anybody can come out. All right, it's open 24 hours. Once you pay for it, you can come in and out there, bitch. Ain't nobody forcing you to do anything. They got a little mini bar. I don't know. I'm just saying, but they got a little mini bar. You got a little mini bar up there, and you know, they got condoms. But this nigga had everybody locked and boxed in. When he arrived, he had everybody locked and boxed in. Jesus. Who else was the victim? Ain't nobody give a fuck about no damn Justin Bieber.
crimes when they're not. Now, if the accusation was that they supplied drugs, if that's true, then that could be a crime, as might the paying sex workers, because prostitution is illegal in most of the United States. This is a sex trafficking racketeering case. Now, the accusations of violence, if proven, could count as crimes, but that's not what they're hanging their case on. This is not an assault case. It's human trafficking and racketeering. Now, the judge ordered... They had legal drugs up there.
illegal, or did you say illegal or illegal? Wait. Did you say legal or illegal? Did they have illegal? Yes, they had illegal drugs. It was covered in. It was covered in the. It was covered in. It was. It was covered in some pink shit. It was covered in some pink shit, and then they had steroids or something. They had something that put you to sleep. They had something that had you awake, like a adrenaline. Then the Tootsie, and what's that thing? I don't know. I don't take it, but what's that thing to get pause? Get men aroused? Some type of pill, something like that. I don't know. But talk to Jack Right. She knows.
For Puff Daddy to be held without bail. His lawyers say they're going to appeal that decision. And I find the judge's decision that Diddy be held without bail to be strangely typical. R. Kelly had blown through his little old money, so he didn't necessarily have the cash to fight against that kind of decision to have him held. But Diddy still has his millions. So this is about making sure that he spends some time behind bars, no matter how this all shakes out. They're basically recycling all the same plays that we've seen the last few years when it comes to going after black male celebrities.
And this some bitch bailed out for $75 million. $75 million. Now the players can actually do that. Jay-Z, he can do that. Puffy, he can do that. Who else? I don't think, Kanye West, he lost billions, but he's still a millionaire. So I believe if he could do that, but I don't think he would want to. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, this is Puffy's time now to shine. First it was, Bill Cosby, Cuba Gooding Jr. Now this nigga. And it's a shame. Bill Cosby was what, 78 years old, blind in both eyes, and then you want to prosecute him? But this nigga here, prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law, but
cycling the same talking points that they use of Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, the same kind of prosecutorial framework that they use to go after young slime life. Hey, many of these guys wound up being convicted, especially Bill Cosby and R. Kelly, though it took them 2 bites at the apple to get Cosby. In that case, did get thrown out, but nobody cares about that part. The talking point is that Diddy is a man worth potentially billions of dollars, and this powerful billionaire used his power and influence to be able to.
He is a flight risk. I agree. I wouldn't give him bail either. Taking his passport might not be enough. No, but at this point, once prosecuted, if you had the money, you have the right to bail him out of jail. So it's what it is.
Abuse women in particular and do it with impunity, and he just flaunted it in front of the world. Now, they could be right, but again, the way they're going after this, it seems like something else is clearly at work here. What this episode says about black celebrities is what's interesting to me. It seems these guys just never learn. Sure, the white powers that be might give you a little old contract, put you on some magazine covers, couple of cover stories for this or that Entertainment Tonight episode. They'll invite you to their little parties up in the Hollywood Hills. They'll do some drugs with you, which is where a lot of these black celebrities picked up the habit at. They saw their white counterparts introduce them to the business with drugs, so they figured, hey, I can do the same thing too. Because these white guys over here are allowed to get away with it. I'm allowed to get away with it too, because I got a little bit of money and a little bit of fame now. And sure, they'll pass around some of their little skank meth head harlots for you, but that doesn't mean you're on the team. All it means is they think that they can make use of you. And if there's one thing that the white media has a PhD in, it's using people. They know that no matter how much money they give you, Each of these celebrities will still have weak minds and they'll never understand the danger that they're actually in. They'll just tell themselves that they made it, that they're smarter than everyone else, and that they got it all under control. Meanwhile, they're taking absolutely no action to protect themselves from their new friends. Puff Daddy happens to be the poster boy for this. And speaking of poster boy, he was also the man out front for the download Democratic support game of Vote or Die. You remember that one? Well, as the meme goes, so you've chosen death. Okay, so he told people to vote, and it was pretty obvious who he wanted people to vote for. A lot of young people, particularly young black people, took their cues from old P. Diddy. They voted all right, voted for the Democrats. And this is how the Democrats repaid Diddy. Now, whether he deserves it or not is a side issue. The point happens to be he fashioned a rod for his own back. Puff Daddy also was the guy behind Revolt TV, and we see what that turned out to be. Sure, there may have been one or two purely accidental instances where they did something reasonable or respectable in spite of themselves, but for the most part, Revolt TV has been a sewer. Now, when it comes to these black celebrities, they don't understand the game at all because they don't want to understand the game. They're trying to escape blackness, and that never works. When white power gets ready to come after these guys, we find that they always come out of left field with some kind of old video or audio or some old allegations, usually from a woman from way back when. For Puff Daddy, they had some video from 2016, 8 years ago, of him allegedly mistreating some woman in a hotel hallway. That's what the white media does. They get the goods on you early, and then instead of just unleashing it, they hold on to it, waiting for just the right moment to go ahead and drop it when it's
Thank you. Get some sleep. Get some rest. Get some rest. Thank you for stopping by.
going to actually be able to hurt you. And that's how they always operate. Keep it in their back pocket because they know sooner or later they are going to be able to use it. It's like I've always said, white society absolutely loves a cruel joke, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. They love that. They love to savor it, to let the mark show up every day, make nice with them, smile in their face, all the while knowing that they're going to destroy this person. One of the things they love is that when the mark finally figures out they've been had, to see the look on their face, the shock, the disbelief, the humiliation. White power loves humiliation rituals. They absolutely worship them. And when you see some black celebrity's mugshot, that's the apotheosis of humiliation. Even if the target does defeat the government, even if they prove the charges to be completely false, there's still no getting around the fact that that mugshot's going to be out there regardless forever. Now, again, I put Puff Daddy in the same category as R. Kelly. I have no sympathy for him. I'm not here to support him. But what I am saying is, when you got the white authorities here, especially the federal government, trying to make it sound like he's the next Al Capone or the next Al Qaeda, they're just doing a little bit too much. That's what I'm trying to say. And speaking of saying things, I want to know, when is Vince McMahon, the billionaire wrestling mogul, going to be looked at?
Oh, I almost forgot about old senior billionaire playboy Vince McMahon. Was a senior officer, the owner for WWF, now E. Allegedly, you know, dude. Something about these white girls, I'm telling you. Something about these white girls. But anyway, thank you, Professor Black Truth. Thank you, Professor Black Truth. Now let's go back to the doctor, shall we? Let's go back to the doctor.
He's being charged with racketeering, conspiracy to engage in crime across state borders. In other words, sex is the object, but it is not the subject. I need y'all to understand what I'm saying. When the government prosecuted the Italian mafia, when the government prosecuted the Italian mafia, it wasn't because they were selling dope and engaged in embezzlement and things like that, extortion. It's because they did it across state lines. Once you engage in crime across state lines, it is now a federal crime. So it is not the sex per se that got Puffy arrested. It's the fact that he's being accused of doing that and other things across state lines. I need you to understand, overstand, and understand.
Would you be interested in collecting 5-figure paychecks for a few hours of work, helping me in your spare time from?
I need you to understand, overstand, and understand. The federal government does not prosecute sex crimes. The federal government does not prosecute sex crimes. But if you are engaging in a federal crime of any sort that crosses state lines, if you are engaged in any kind of a crime that crosses state lines, the feds are now involved. He is not primarily being charged and indicted over sex crimes. Murder is involved. Racketeering is involved. Extortion is involved. And most pointedly, for you low vibration Negroes, let me be very clear. He is not being charged with domestic violence against any woman. He is not being charged with a federal crime for stomping out Mrs. Casey Ventura. And I'm sorry that happened to that young lady. No woman should ever suffer that type of abuse at the hands of a man.
But you'll get these Negroes. What did Cassie do? Cassie wanted it because she wanted to be a powerful man with influence. You don't get that gay shit
His
out of here.
major sex crime in the federal case is not the freak-offs. It's not beating on women. The sex crime against Puff Daddy in the federal case is the transport of women across state lines for sex. Let me say it again. It is not domestic violence. It is not. Yeah, I'm going to say it again. Sean Puffy Combs is
it's basically called sex. It's basically called sex trafficking. Let's continue.
Federal charges have little, if anything, to do with domestic abuse or his major sex crime federally is he's being accused of transporting women across state lines to engage in sex. What we call prostitution. Not Casey, not the freak-offs, not underage girls, but prostitution. Why am I bringing this up? Because I don't support prostitution either.
Nope.
I do not support men paying for the sugar box. I do not support black women having to sexually exploit their sugar box in order to pay their bills. With that being said, prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. Prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. Prostitution is the oldest female business on the planet Earth. It is the sexual trafficking that Sean Puffy Combs is being accused of. Not domestic abuse, not freak-offs, not stomping out Cassie, not engaging in sex with underage women. It is interstate sexual trafficking. That is the charge. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up, peace God, because when I listen to the news, they're not talking about the evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. When I listen to the news, they're not talking about the evidence of Sean Puffy Combs. When I listen to the news, I have yet to hear anybody give me a specific piece of interstate sex trafficking evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it for the low political IQ Negroes. I'm going to say it for the average political IQ Negroes. And I'm going to say it for the high IQ Negroes. I haven't seen or heard a single piece of evidence against Sean Puffy Combs. I ain't read it in the New York Times. I ain't read it in the Philadelphia Inquirer. I ain't heard it on CNN. I ain't seen it on headline news. Where is the evidence that Sean Puffy Combs engaged in interstate sex trafficking. I keep hearing about Cassie when I turn on the news. Why are we hearing about Cassie when Cassie has nothing to do with the federal indictment?
I would not be surprised if later on down the line, all that went on, sex trafficking, drugs, prostitution, Tootsies, AK-47s, all that comes out in a big booklet, and they slap the prison robes on him. But I don't know how it works, and maybe his money, just maybe his money would not be enough to get him off. Hell, for the month, it doesn't even matter if he goes to prison or not. He's going to be comfortable in prison. You know why? Money. When you're a big dog, you can do that.
I don't think any black man should have 1,000 bottles of baby oil. I don't think any black man needs 1,000 bottles of baby oil. But I haven't seen anywhere in federal law where owning 1,000 bottles of baby oil.
We got 10 people in the room. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. If you have not, please become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. It's only $2.99. It's only $2.99 for the basic to join. $2.99. Join for a month. And you don't like it? Just you know, but come on in. Let's have some fun.
Oil is a federal crime. Brothers and sisters, are you with me so far? Brothers and sisters, are you with me so far? Do you understand, overstand, and understand what the most requested black scholar in the world is saying right now? Do you understand this on the planet is saying to you right now? Baby oil is not a federal crime. Stomping out Cassie, he was not charged with a crime. The freak offs are not crimes. So why do we keep hearing about Cassie? Why do we keep hearing about baby oil? Why do we keep hearing about freak offs? Where are the federal charges, and why are the charges being sealed? Why did the feds seal the charges against Sean Puffy Combs? I'm going to tell you one reason why the feds sealed the charges against Sean Puffy Combs. One of the biggest reasons they sealed the charges against Sean Puffy Combs is because the evidence is probably weak. The evidence is probably weak. And because the evidence is probably weak, that he is guilty of interstate sex trafficking, and because the evidence is probably weak that he is guilty of interstate sex trafficking, they had to seal the charges. They had to hide the charges from you and I. They had to hide the charges from you and I long enough for the public execution to be carried out. Are y'all listening to me right now? For all my political scientists, I need y'all to listen to me. Most black people are too emotional to engage in a rational, logical argument about this situation. Most black people are too emotionally immature and politically uneducated to engage in a rational conversation.
I truly believe in that. Just like these Negroes don't have the logical, testicular fortitude to comment in the comment section each time the live goes off. They comment in the comment section a whole bunch of bullshit, and apparently they get X'd out. Like when they said that the audio is bad, or, you know, you're playing 6 minutes of music. I can do whatever the fuck I want. If I play 10 minutes of the motherfucker, what you gonna do about it? Not a damn thing. I don't go to your shit and accuse you of what freaking putting your face or playing rap music or playing some of that goofy shit on your lives the first time you go on, or we gotta wait. We gotta wait for you another 10 minutes. You just now late coming on the live. I thought niggas was supposed to be on time, but they ain't on no CP. They ain't on no CP. So if you ain't gonna be on Japanese people time, neither am I. If you don't like the music, I guess you just don't like it. And I'm not saying it's all of you. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying some of you Negroes. Accusing me. I tell you what. If you don't like it, if you think the audio is janky, I need you to hit Cash App. I need you to hit that Cash App, $Desi 888. I need you to hit that Cash App, $Desi 888. If you think the audio is janky, because I need a new mic, why don't you go and hit that go and hit that Cash App? Or you can super chat me. I'd rather you Cash App me. I'd rather you Cash App me. But if you want, you can super chat me. If you think the audio is janky, if you think, you can support me in the music part, like my boy Eric did, Von Eric. Salute to Von Eric. Salute. Thank you for providing me the music, my brother. Hey, man, hey, Eric, bro, if you listening, they hating on your music, man. They hating. They hate. You can't do nothing right
about this topic. So I am only talking to Africans with a high EQ and a high PIQ.
Ooh.
Only if you have a high emotional IQ and a high political IQ, I'm talking to you. The emotionally uncontrolled and undisciplined Democratic and Republican Party plantation slaves, this is not for you. My feminists, this is not for you. Beta males, this is not for you. Why is it that the charges are not being disclosed?
Attention retirees, if you're willing.
Who cares?
Because they need Sean Puffy Combs like Bill Cosby, like R. Kelly, and R. Kelly very well may have been guilty, but we know R. Kelly is not in jail for sex crimes. R. Kelly is in jail because he didn't want to sell his publishing and his masters to a certain company. And Bill Cosby went to jail because he didn't want to let the oil company drill under his house in Massachusetts. One thing is for certain, two things is for sure. Sean Puffy Combs is not in jail for sex crimes. He may be guilty of sex crimes, but he's not in jail for sex crimes. He may be guilty of sex crimes, but he's not in jail for sex crimes. The reason the charges are sealed is they are weak, but they still need Puffy's reputation to be completely destroyed. So even if he beats the charges, nobody will ever allow him on a respectable platform again. This is a public media execution of another black male mogul. I don't care how you feel about him personally. I don't care how you feel about him emotionally. I don't care how you feel about him privately. The reason I'm speaking up, out, and against the lynching of Sean Puffy Combs, the reason I'm speaking up, out, and against the public execution of Sean Puffy Combs isn't because of Sean Puffy Combs. I don't know that man. I've never met that man. I can't say anything about that man. But I do know there's about 20 million black men in America. I do know that. I do know there's about 20 million black men in America who can't afford the lawyers that Puffy can afford, who can't afford the publicist that Puffy can afford, who can't afford the legal defense that Puffy can afford. So I'm not speaking out for Sean Puffy Combs per se. I'm speaking out for all black men, because any black man can be unfairly charged and unfairly executed in both the public court and the legal court. Let's go back to R. Kelly and Bill Cosby. Let's go back to R. Kelly and Bill Cosby. Let's go back to R. Kelly and Bill Cosby. Notice how the public media lynching began before we knew the details of either case. Y'all remember that? Bill Cosby, we didn't know anything about that case, but he was still being lynched in the media. R. Kelly, we knew very little. How you doing, beautiful? We knew very little about the R. Kelly case while he was still being lynched in the public. Sean Puffy Combs right now is being lynched in the public, and we ain't got no details. You know why? Because the United States government knows something that black people still can't comprehend. The United States government understands something that black people still can't comprehend. The United States government is very clear about something that black people still don't understand. If you want to destroy a black man, you don't do it in the courtroom. You do it in the court of public opinion. If you really want to destroy a black man, you don't do it in the courtroom. You do it in the court of public opinion. Look what they did to Michael Jackson. Look what they did to Michael Jackson because he wanted to buy Marvel Comics. Look what they did to the great, legendary Michael Jackson, highest grossing artist in human history.
Basically, you can make over $1 million, you're still a nigga. You gonna do what I say, boy. You gonna do what I say, boy. You can get rich. We can make you rich. We can make you rich now. But don't you go on there without my permission and build institutions for your peoples now. We can give you all the money in the world, but don't you go on and be like that Martin Luther King fella. Don't you be like that Martin Luther King fella. Now, you gonna do what we tell you to do now. Now go ahead and give your people all them guns and them juries and all that other stuff. And we have no use for that. Go on. Go on and buy you all the cars. And we don't want that stuff. We got Tesla trucks. Ugh, I hate Tesla trucks. This last little bit, let's start to wind down a little bit because everybody is pretty much on the East Coast, and it's 4 o'clock, almost 5 o'clock on the East Coast, and it's 1:43 here on the West. On the West. This next little segment. Some new YouTubers coming up. I like their channel, even though it's a little controversy, but it's, I guess it's how it's structured that kind of piqued my interest. And when I came up there and I paid them a little bit, it's like, hey, let me try these people out. And pretty much, I'm gonna need for y'all to go ahead and take a look at what was her name? Evolution podcast. Is that what they're called? What's this thing? Yeah, I want to let you Evolution Era Podcast. Go ahead and support Evolution Era Podcast. Support. I share subscribe to share subscribe.
That none of you brothers will stand up.
Okay, hold up. Now here's the thing. I've been in that situation. My boy's little sister's boyfriend was beating her ass in the movie theater. Now I can't say nothing because I consider her family. I stepped in.
That's
my family. That's my family.
I'm not family. I'm talking a
No,
random woman.
A random chick.
And at some point, I mean, sticking up for your family, you would assume you would have the balls to actually do that, right? But nevertheless, we're talking about other ladies on the street who are being, who are in danger. I would think that a brother would be smart enough to come to her aid. But here's the thing. You don't have to be the knight in shining armor, number one, all the time. Because women put themselves in such a predicament, it's ridiculous. Number two, there are ways of getting the suspect off of the victim without physical violence. You don't have to be physical all the time. And third, have your third eye open. Because 1 minute, and I know what a brother's going to say. Just hear me out. 1 minute, you saving the chick, and the next minute, chick's turning on you. It's like, then why the hell would I save a damsel in distress? Well, put it this way. Not everybody loves them. Not everybody likes their mother. You love your mother, but not everybody likes your mother, their mother. Right? But you would protect her. But you have learned ways of protecting her. Because she puts herself sometimes in the predicament that it's difficult to get them out of. But you want to be cordial and you want to be graceful at times, not all the time. Because niggas pull out, we ain't trying to have any more deaths of niggas pulling out guns and stuff. There are ways you can do it. You can your voice carries. So you can say from, across the room, like, hey, you beating on a woman like that, that gives you 25 to life. I don't think you want to go through that. You look like a nice little husband for somebody in prison. See how that go? Now she ends up in that predicament again, then hey, go on about your business.
Random chick, I don't know, and I don't know the situation. Knowing I got kids at home I gotta get home to. No.
And he's not supposed to
move differently.
It's not about moving differently.
Listen, at most, the only thing that brother's supposed to do is dial 911. He ain't supposed to intercede physically because that can also be a crime. He can get an assault charge by going after the dude that's beating your ass. And I'm telling you that from a law enforcement standpoint.
This ain't even on some fighting stuff.
You're not understanding. You don't want to understand.
When do we have the discussion that we as women have the opportunity to leave a situation, walk away from a situation, or maybe?
Like I said, this is a good podcast. This is a good show. I want everybody to check her out. It's called. It's not called Lady Life. It's called Evolution Era Podcast.
We just keep our mouth shut to not egg on a situation.
Bingo.
Standing there minding your
Exactly.
business. and someone fucks with you.
So what?
If,
So in your mind,
if it's some random shit, I'm gonna say one. I'm gonna say one. If y'all don't know each other, I'm gonna say, yo, I'll step up and be like, yo, bro, you don't talk to a female like that, or yo, sis, just walk away. But if you want to keep on going, that's on you. After that, I tried.
But even that enough to get you killed, my brother. And this is why I'm asking, what do you, Corset, expect a man to do? Because you know, once that man intercedes and put his hands on another man, even if he's dead wrong,
Who
he can get assaulted.
on anybody? Say something.
Well, then what is he supposed to do?
Say something, and men will flee.
Maybe you're not hearing the brother correctly, and I understand what the brother is saying. If he's using, there are tools that men can use when you have a woman drunk people. When you have a woman that's defenseless, and she looks like she's going to get her ass beat, there are some defensible things you can do to prevent the woman from getting her ass beat. You can call the police. That's good. Because like I said, you can yell you can talk across the room. Some don't even have to raise their voices. Some people have that octave voice, like a deep voice, like Barry White voice, right? Hey, brother, you may not want to do stuff like that. But the only time I can get physically violent with somebody is they're turning their attentions from her to me, and they're putting their hands on me, and that's when I have no other alternative, because I'm trying to go home. I'm trying to go home, but at the same time, we don't need another dead body. We're trying to prevent it, right? It's like, because at some point, let me reverse that and start over. I'm knocking on wood, and I hope this doesn't happen to your family, but let's just say we're out in the movies, right? And you have and I'm with my sister, and of course I'm with, my daughter and my niece and my sister and my sister-in-law and everything, and we go to the movies and we go see Bad Boys 4 or something. I'm just naming some shit. And they come out of the movie theater, somebody recognizes, my sister, and she grabs and say, yo, don't put your hands on my sister. Blah, 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 blah. They end up cussing out, my daughter and my niece. And here I come and I regulate the situation. I said, is there a problem here? And that's when everybody flocks to me. And that's when we back off into the car. Or they're going to the car. I'm still with the guy. I'm trying to put my hands around this motherfucker's neck. Same thing with the situation with the lady that you don't know. Your voice. You use your voice. That's the first thing. You use option one would be your voice. Option two, of course, you're calling the police. Option two, you try to present some options for the person who is violating. Number three, if I have no other alternative, than to beat the shit out of this nigga, or whoever, a white man, whoever, then I have no other choice. But know this, you're trying to go home. That's the alternative. You're trying to go home. So my best bet, if he puts his hands on you, you have no other choice but to send him home. Send him home. But as if you do not have any other choice. You're trying to go home. You're not trying to be sent in a cardboard box.
No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. Just because
It doesn't work like that.
No.
Yeah, you definitely don't know, dude. You definitely don't understand, man.
You are predicting that two guys.
I'm telling you from experience.
No, that's
this
not. That's
no.
limited
Ladies.
compared to this big
That's a
ass
limited
bouncer
extent.
who had been fucking with me all night, who I never spoke to. He wanted me to smoke my cigarette next to him. He wanted to control where I smoked my cigarette.
That's a limited
The white boy lost his
experience.
shit when the man said one more thing to me. The tiny white boy lost his goddamn shit.
Corset, that's Corset. Corset, that's a limited experience, sweetie.
Absolutely. Why would I fuck with y'all if y'all don't move
You know
like
what?
that? Fuck with the real
I
man.
gotta say this. I could say this. You had two options even prior to going to that location. You could have hired a bodyguard, or you could have brought your man with you.
So
why do I hear?
Why do I hear or a man?
Why do I hear crickets? I said, bring your personal man.
Yo, shit. You said
Bring your personal man that you sleep with, or you hire a professional bodyguard.
I understand what you're saying. I would have presented it a little better. It's like, if you think that you're being threatened, then why didn't you bring a man, whether it be yours or brother, uncle, father, whoever, the crackhead around the corner, somebody, right?
Bodyguard.
I'm saying there's options. There's options.
Hire security.
Come
or
on,
have
man.
a man to exist.
Oh my God, no! I can give you a perfect example. I can reverse that whole. I can reverse this whole thing. My ex-wife was in the same place in one of the nightclubs I used to go to when I used to DJ. And she would come in there, and at the time I was in a relationship. So when I went to DJ, my girl was with me 100%. Now my ex-wife came in there, and I know she was trouble all the time, running her fucking mouth, starting something. So if she wanted to come start something, I had to say nothing. My lady was right there.
Okay, what's that got to do with anything?
I didn't have to worry about nothing. I didn't have to worry about nobody else stepping in. I had no worry about anybody else stepping in for that.
I'm in California working. We take a break, go do karaoke.
If you're just now coming in, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Let's get the likes up, please. Thank you very much.
And the bouncer wants to fight me because whatever issue he had with his girlfriend, I don't know. Today was the day he was gonna fuck with this random stranger.
You are showing the epitome of why women can never be a man, no matter how hard you try. It's called contingency.
Who wants to be a man?
Said to you, when did I ever want to be a man? If you're acting like one, talking like one, trying to be like one. Because like I said to you, there was a contingency. You can bring your own man or husband or two. This is how men think, certain caliber of men. When they move, they think of contingency. So this way they don't face these problems. Potential problems.
Okay, y'all just making excuses to be cowards, and it's okay.
No, that's not an excuse.
It's the difference
coward? How is that coward? Something's very wrong with this lady. It's like she wants to for a man to automatically just help. I don't really know. I mean, I am kind of confused. It's like, what do you want a man to do? I'm very confused on that.
So for us, hold on, for us to be smart, hold on, Carl. hold on, Carl. For us to be the smart men that know how to move right, we're cowards.
Just you wanted props for not hitting your ex-wife when she acted stupid.
You goddamn right. Because sometimes, you know, sometimes, hold on. Sometimes as a man, you want to smack a motherfucker.
In your mind, you want to smack, but you know full grown well it would be wrong. Again, you're the weak. She's the weaker sex. You can potentially kill her if you wanted to. If she's being that bad of a burden to you, just walk away. Just walk away. Why is it so hard for niggas to walk away? Maybe y'all can comment in the comment section. What am I wrong for saying walk away? Am I wrong for saying that? I mean, are we that damn eager to pop just pop heads off? I mean, what? Oh, this is good. I gotta ask her the next time. It's like, why do you? Why is it that? Is it why you're so egotistical? Because it sounds like ego driven. You know, I'm fine all by myself since a man can't do it. That type of ego. Since a man can't do it for me, then I'll just do it all by myself. That's egotistical. The first question I would ask, it was simply basic like this: what is it that you want? Right? What is it that you actually want? If you're in a relationship with a man, you know, whoever it is, white, black, whatever, because obviously she ain't fucking with no black dudes. If you're in a relationship, what would you want a man to do for you? I'm just going simple for the basic structure of it, and then I go to the advanced. But I got to hear the basic question first. I need for her to answer the basic question.
That's some weak ass shit.
But I'd rather walk the fuck away and go calm myself down and come at her another way than sit there and beat the fuck out of her.
Yes, you're not. That's not even supposed to cross your mind as a man.
What you mean?
What?
Wow.
Really? If somebody upsets you, you have a natural instinct to want to knock the shit out of that person.
Exactly.
He didn't act on it.
On people. It is not okay to put your hands on people ever.
We all know that part, but guess what? I can think whatever I want. If I wanted to strangle my wife just because she just bugs the shit out of me, I thought that 1,000 times, like, but I don't act on it. Come on, I'm not dumb. I don't act on dumb shit like that. Never have, never will. I have never put my hands on my wife. I have never put my hands on any woman ever maybe in third grade. Third grade, I think that was about it. Third grade, I popped the woman in the mouth because she, you know, was violating me. But years later, we're cool. She never reminds me about it, but on those circumstances, on jokes aside, you don't never put your hand on a woman. That is so true. At the same time, you can think as many things in your head as you want, as long as you don't astral project your thoughts into reality. When you do that, it's a cause and effect for you to go straight to prison. We all know mentally in our minds that we can't hit these motherfuckers. We all know that mentally in our minds. But you don't help the situation either when you go off the handle the way that y'all do. Cause, effect. Cause, you open your mouth too many times and spit start flying out your mouth. Effect. I either cuss you out or I'm out of here. That's the cause to an effect.
Some motherfuckers
Which
deserve
is
to be
what
punched in
he
the
did.
face.
He walked away.
Vilifying
him for a thought.
A woman.
Hold on.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. I'm gonna be dead up honest with you. I'm gonna be dead up honest with you.
Contradicting yourself for a sec, because you are taught as a child. As a child, you're taught this shit. When you was a little girl, you did something wrong. Your mama spanked your ass. Or your daddy spanked your
You're
ass.
arguing for why you want to fight a man, and this brother told a story where he's supposed to get props for not hitting a woman is insanity to me.
I didn't want to.
Yeah, she's traumatized. She is very traumatized. But let me not pull a Princella. Please, let me not pull a Princella, because obviously Princella has built up such a wall thick and with concrete steel. It is damn near impossible, unless you are God, unless you are Jesus himself, unless you are Elijah Muhammad, unless you have the hand of God that can knock down that wall, ain't no way of getting, ain't no human being getting around it. You have to be Jacques Cousteau to get around the steel wall that these women are putting up.
Prosper not hit the woman. I knew not to hit the woman, but goddamn it,
I got my woman there so she can hit her. Like, this is.
Well, I got some bad.
You goddamn right. I rather just like hold up, hold up. Just like me growing up on the block. I got my sisters in the house. A girl hit me, I go tell them what you think is gonna happen. I grew up in the hood. If I got Evo, Zion as my sisters, and a chick hit me, and I go tell them what's gonna happen.
Death and destruction. The same thing as if you hit him.
Come on, man.
Thank you for not including me in that, because
but you defend.
Come on, man. Come on. That's just like yeah.
Put it to the way they've been talking all night. If Evo wants to call you for the same situation, you would look at Evo and say, "What did you say to deserve it?" You would say, "What'd you say, Evo?" Why you
No, I wouldn't. 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 Because
him and Evo have a different kind of relationship.
No, I know Evo. So I know Evo. If she already said something.
You already
know before she picked up the phone and called. Before she had to pick up the phone and call me. If she has to pick up the phone and call me, that means it's serious.
Yeah. Everybody is a hypothetical hero.
I'm not a hypothetical hero. I've lived it, sweetie.
Yeah, he's battle tested.
I'm battle tested.
It's know who you're trying to. It's about it's knowing who you're trying to use your information against.
Exactly.
Listen.
I got a question for you. I got a question for Cosette.
I'm sorry. I got too many siblings. I grew up and my sister came out. If I ever got into it with a girl, I ain't never said nothing. I go in the house and tell my sister, like, yo, this going on.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Cosette, I got a question for you. I have a strict policy.
Yeah.
Cosette, I have a strict policy for the last 20 years. I don't hire people to work for me if they have a problem putting their hands on a woman. I always ask my guys that. There's 30 people that work for me. Some of them are women. And one of the key questions I always ask the guy, do you have a problem putting your hands on a woman? If they say yes, I don't hire them.
That's hypocrisy, because you've threatened me before.
because, and like I said, I believe that there are instances where, and this was taught, because I was told growing up, you don't put your hands on a woman unless, and they gave me the conditions, and those conditions is valid. You understand? There are conditions that bullshit go right out the window.
Yes. If a woman's hurt you so much that you have to put your hands on her,
let me tell you one of the conditions.
Excuse me. Hold on, Carl.
Sensitive, and that makes you soft.
Wait. Corset, I'm sorry.
I was raised by.
Yeah. There's some women that get very traumatized and they had completely concealed a wall for themselves, and it's, you know, and for obvious reasons, you know, it's their right if they feel violated, if they feel what's the word I'm looking for when you're in a dense box, if they feel not isolated, what's the word I'm looking for, if they feel claustrophobic when they feel like all these men are around her and she can't breathe, it's like, and she's hyperventilating, then that's claustrophobic. And you know, I get it. I get it on both sides, and it's quite terrible. But at the same time, we talking about extremes, and I don't want to call her an extremist. I don't know these people, so give it time. Given time, study them, study her, and you know, I'll have my perspective on it once I get to know them a little bit better. Because she is very traumatized, for real.
Let me ask you something. Do you have a son?
Yes.
Did you tell him that not to put his hands on women unless you gonna allow the woman to hurt him?
There is no unless.
Okay, hold on. There is no unless. If she's coming, so if a woman comes at him with a butcher knife, he don't have the right to slap the hell out of her ass.
Don't come to New York ever.
No, please.
Because we have a strict rule. We have a strict rule. In New York.
Nigga, please. Not that simple. If she picks up a knife and is coming at you, your only choice of action is to defend yourself. I didn't say hit. I didn't say hit. I didn't say slap the shit out of her. I said, take the knife away. She's not as crafty as you think. A woman is not as crafty unless she's a martial artist. She is not that damn crafty. All she's going to do is swing. All she's doing is swing and swing. You just catch the arm. Catch the arm. You're strong enough to take it away from her. Push her away. Get out the house. Get out the house. I know a homie who had a friend who got stabbed in his foot. His hand and in his foot. Because a woman came at him with a knife. And she accidentally dropped the knife and it went straight down into his foot. That nigga had 36 stitches in one foot. I'm like, damn, nigga. He could have put the mittens on. He's 6'4". He could, and she's 5'6". He's 6'4". Could have put the mitts on her, but took it to the peoples, and I guess he has custody of his children, and she can never see her children unless give permission to. Ugh. Cold world.
City If you even spit at a man, he's gonna knock you the fuck out like a dude.
Like I said, New Yorkers are soft. I say it all the time.
No, we're not soft. We just know boundaries.
Man, please. I was raised just like this.
If
You don't
they're
put your hands. You don't put your hands.
disrespected and they react, how is that soft? It's a
That's not
natural
soft.
reflex.
If
It's a natural reflex. It doesn't matter if you step to a man like a man, you need to get punched the fuck out.
Women are
Yeah,
disrespected
exactly.
every single day, every hour of the day,
So
especially
what?
black women. If we
So
did
what?
that, we would be in jail so
And
much.
men are disrespected every day as well.
What? Hold up. Let's go back. What up, D? Let's go back. First of all, ain't no big. Ain't no woman spitting in my face. It is not. There ain't no woman that's gonna be spitting in my effing face. I'm grabbing you. Yes, I'm grabbing you by your neck, and I'm choking the shit out your. I'm opening. I'm gonna open that door, and I'm tossing your ass out. People don't seem to understand that you use these on a woman, you can potentially kill her or injure her at best. Injure her at best. Brother, did you know an innocent black man named Marcel Williams? It's been a while. It's finally to be unrevealed in 3 days. But everybody wants to talk about Diddy. Diddy's the big sensation. Diddy is the big sensation. Everybody, when the big sensations come in, right? Don't nobody give a fuck about the middle child. Everybody gives a fuck about the high up, but the middle child don't get no play. Our people are dying. Yes and no. You die off so you can be reborn again. Does that make sense? Certain generations have to die off in order to be reborn again. And because we have people in between, we don't even have leaders, to be quite honest with you. We don't have leaders. We should have leadership, though. We should have leadership. I am getting sick and I'm getting tired of these MLK method feelings. I feel you, bruh. No, I don't mean to. No. It's cool. It's cool. Because it's not just you. As a matter of fact, I was on this show right here, and this lady was going off. This lady was going completely off. So I understand it. It's on both sides too. And the only way we don't even solve the problem is you got to take a handful here and a handful there, and you got to lay the wood down and say, what can we do on a mental standpoint? Because it's all mental. It's all in a mental. It's all in a mental crisis. You know how they say that black people need therapy. Black people need therapy just like white people need therapy, but I don't know because they ain't in my category right now. I give a fuck about my people and what they're going through right now, which is a mental crisis. Take the mind, keep the body. Take the mind and keep the body. We need to wake up and realize begging for you ain't reading to the choir, my brother.
Women are disrespected so much more than y'all could ever even.
I don't give a fuck. You act like a man, you get knocked out like a man.
You get knocked out like a man.
Woman, you get treated like a woman. It's that simple.
My grandmother always said, if she stepped to you like a man, if she can put her hands on you like a man, she can get knocked out like a man.
And
But if she don't put your, if she don't put your hands on you, you don't put your hands on her.
That's why men
And
are
a lot of women use that as a way to emasculate and get all up in disrespect and do all of this stuff because they feel they have this protection because they're a female. And that's false. You can't disrespect somebody and not expect them to react. If you spit on a man, he's gonna respond. If you come at a woman, she's gonna respond. You yourself have talked about your response.
Women don't respond as
Does that
well.
apply? Let me ask you something. Does that apply to dykes as well?
Get more crap than you.
Let me ask you, does that apply? Does that apply to dykes and studs as well?
That doesn't apply to my situation.
Does it apply to studs?
Does it apply to dykes and stuff as well?
Those are women. So if those women are fighting other women,
Shit.
they should not be fighting
That's
other
right.
women.
That's not what
No
I
one
asked
should be putting their hands on anybody.
If a stud is stepping to a man, are you saying that a man?
But don't they have the highest record of DV cases?
They got the highest record of domestic violence than anybody else. But this is why I ask. If a stud steps to a man, you're telling me that that man is supposed to reserve because underneath all the male exterior that she's projecting, she's still a female. Does that apply?
It's not only that.
You believe that? You believe that?
Still a woman.
Wow.
Okay, no. I will tell you right now. I went to court. I went to court for that shit.
Wow.
Y'all can't
I went to court for that shit. Nope.
You guys can't say words to men to stop them from acting a fool. But y'all
No. Hold on, no. What's that? I had to go to court. I had to go to court for that shit.
The bad behavior of a woman.
Yo.
Because the man reacted.
Wild card when they go out. Should your man get in the mix of his shit because that's his man?
No, that's a grown ass man.
Is his man a woman?
So
that's the only thing we're talking about right now.
So why should it? So no. So why should a man?
If his man don't have a vagina, then we're talking about two different things.
It's not about sex. It's not about sex.
Yeah, like come on.
It's not about sex.
So you
Yo, everybody can't talk at the same time.
Listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish.
You moving the goalposts.
Listen.
Talking about a woman, it don't matter.
No, you're talking about taking up for a woman that a man does not know. And you're saying yes, he should risk his life and stand up for that woman that he doesn't know. And I told you, if your man had a homeboy that was a wild card getting,
you mean a homegirl? But you can't say homeboy.
I'm saying a homeboy.
We're not answering that question. Is what we're telling you, Will.
So y'all really just saying that. So let me ask you something because I know y'all women.
I should have came in there a little sooner. I know I should have came in there a little sooner. Let me fast forward to where, because this show was particularly that damn long. What the hell? That show was particularly that damn long. I mean, they was having a good time and all that stuff, and this their podcast. So let's just fast forward here to, let me see. Did I do a final thought? I think this was different. This is a different one. I thought this was one that I was in. Okay, we can play a few minutes of it. We'll play a few minutes. Let me see. I just want to check to see if I have arrived. No, not yet. Not yet. This is a different one. My bad. This is a different one. So let's just play a little bit of it and then we can head for bed.
Zion, it's not a dissection. It's not a dissection.
And I don't need you to dissect anything I said because I haven't dissected you.
Of course, shut up. It's
So,
still a
like I was
fact.
saying,
It
she
doesn't
looks
take
like,
away
or
from
she
anything.
says help, or she looks like, or she says help. Why not help her? You know what I'm saying?
But what if your woman? But what if your woman tell? Because you saying why he's with his family or with his girl. What if your
We done
woman
already
tells
been
you?
through that. We done already been through that. I
But no,
already
but
told
what
you
if?
your
But listen,
first
no,
priority is to
Zion,
your
hear me out.
family.
No, Zion. But what if your
But
woman say, "Baby,
we've
mind
already
your
been through
business"?
that. We've already been
No,
through that.
but listen. But what if she say,
We
"Mind
have
your
already
business"?
been through that. I
What
told
is
you your
that?
first
What is he
priority
now?
is your
Ain't no
family.
woman
Maybe
can
you have
tell
an
me what I can
excuse for
say
your
no.
cowardice, and it's okay.
Listen, say what the fuck you want. I have a choice to my.
Again, you want to put the man in danger. It used to be, but this ain't back in the day, because back in the day, a man could put his dukes up and then fight not just for his woman, but for you as well. But since everybody wants to be cowards and Pat Dragos, you gotta start exercising options. Sometimes the option is just to leave your asses alone. But when grace abounds, depending upon the situation, when grace is abound, you are done fucked up. And I'm telling you, you either do what we tell you to do the first time around is keep your mouth shut, go in, relax. I already called the police, let them handle it, go on home. The first time you start opening your mouth, it'll be the last time I have to open my mouth. Because again, we're trying to go home. And a lot of dumb niggas like to get into the faces of women not knowing the situations. Like it's especially around here, you can't get away with none of that shit around here. Vegas is so small and impactful. There's police 24/7 around everywhere that you go. Everywhere that you go. The moment you put your hands on somebody, the moment you put your hands on a woman, the police are automatically there. The city is becoming too crowded, but that's just one example. I don't know anything about any other city or state other than Lansing, Michigan, where I was born and raised.
Myself to decide what I'm going to defend and what I'm not. If I don't feel
people coming in here, do me a favor, hit the like button. Hit the like button if you can, please. Let's see if we can get it to 10. Let's see if we can get it up to 10. Let's see if we can get it up to 10.
about getting out my car and helping you, that's my choice. The next time, you should get a man, a bodyguard, or dial 911. That's what public defenders are. If you're looking for security in the street, call 911. That's what they paid to do.
So what about you when you walking around slapping chicks? Like who gonna defend you? Who gonna defend us against you? I wasn't ready.
And right there, you taking a piece and running with it. You ain't saying the whole thing. You're taking a piece and running with it.
That's not nice, people. I paused.
If you're not a woman, I'm gonna tell you straight out though.
So Carl, you are against y'all. Like you know what I'm saying? If you get to arrest people, y'all think it's okay to slap
I don't care. Listen, I have watched women. I have watched black women.
Arresting people. Aren't you a police officer? Aren't you one of these people we supposed to
I'm retired.
If you arrest people, you're
retired. Retired.
Oh, retired. So you're not getting no money to protect people. That is.
No, but listen, but I'm just confused on how y'all saying if a man chooses not to do nothing, he's a coward. But if a woman tells him not to do nothing, it's okay for him not to do something.
That's not what we said. We
No,
said
you're still a coward. I didn't hear it.
It's to your family, and that's just what it is. And if you know what I'm saying, even if you want to do something, your wife is saying, "Nah, just let's get our child to safety." Get your child to safety.
So why?
I call y'all a coward because I stand up for women. If I see something going down over there, I'm gonna say something.
But no. But why is it understandable? But why is it understandable? Because the woman said, "Don't do it for the family." But if he says, "I'm not going to do it for the family," it's a problem.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do because I feel the need. I feel the need to say something to them. The next time I see him, I'm gonna feel the need. As a matter of fact, I might do a podcast on that. Would you save the damsel in distress? I think that would be my next one. I think I'll do that on Sunday. Or I'll do that, probably do that tomorrow. I don't know. And I'm gonna have them come up, and I was like, I reviewed one of your videos, and I remember distinctly you saying that men are cowards because of X, Y, and Z, and da 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 da. And I want to hear the explanation because I wasn't on that. And you got dudes are setting the example of saying, yo, we are risking just as much going outside of the box and saving y'all asses when we need to be inside our box, mind our own freaking business. And I will gladly put my life on the line of my family. But I'm extending the same invitation to you if you would just do XYZ what I tell you to. If I tell you to shut up, that's what I want you to do. Shut up. Let me handle it. Because you ain't going to get me killed.
Only listening to one voice. It's not understanding. It's still being cowardice.
You know what's funny? You've never seen, I would love to ask people, have you ever seen a black woman step in to defend a black man being assaulted by a woman?
All the time.
Nope.
Yes. All the time.
Shoot, most of us ain't got no choice to be unapologetically black. Unapologetically African is more like it.
I could give you a couple of situations on my job. I've seen Zion do it.
Only the old people do that.
And how many of you?
Talking about Carl. Well, we know. Well, at least they ain't slapping chicks, because I'm having a real big issue with the slapping chick thing. There's one chick right here.
Zion do it online.
We can protect y'all, but y'all can't protect us. That's what we saying. There's a woman up here embarrassing herself, changing the narrative, and lying for y'all on this panel the entire night. What is this about?
Facts.
Completely changing the narrative, making up stories for
y'all.
y'all.
And again. All me, we up and Paul did was take what you said, Corset, and added everything rational and logical to it that could happen. Because that's how we think. What could happen?
You know what I believe? Y'all some gaslighting bullies. That's what I see y'all in. Y'all some gaslighting bullies. So that's all that you are.
Protecting a black woman, but y'all ain't thinking when y'all slapping hoes.
Evo, stop playing around now. Stop. Nobody said that. Stop doing that.
Say that, Evo.
Stop.
Nobody said that.
Right.
Stop.
Nobody said that. This is reaching with the content.
See what going on with the mouth and.
I wish. Welcome to the family. He's been here long. He's been here twice. You just missed him. But welcome to the family. Welcome to the family.
Spit came out, so they decked her because all the chemicals.
Should have kept it in your mouth. Should have kept it in your mouth. You're damn right.
Yo, is spitting on someone a felony? Is that a felony?
Hell yeah.
It's considered assault.
Yes, it is.
It's assault.
Good.
Okay. That's why you get knocked the fuck out.
I could have sworn it was.
I don't know.
What's hard is that, I have a young son and two. And sometimes females, they just do a little bit too much. And they feel that because they can get away, or maybe they're like, well, I don't know, but they feel that their physicality won't be challenged. You know what I'm saying? So my son comes home and asks me, Mom, and he's frustrated. Okay, so if you can imagine his young masculinity to control and restrain himself because he's frustrated and he want to do something, that he has to come to me and say, what should I do? I have to advise him. You have to try to step out of the situation, go tell a teacher, because more than likely, if you try to handle it, they're going to put it all on you and put you in trouble.
Been there, tried that.
Hey, what up?
What up, though?
I am okay. How you doing?
Man. Going through the motions. I was checking out their live yesterday, and it was pretty interesting. Not yesterday, but the day before, and it was pretty interesting to say the least. And they were still on the same stigma of, oh, you're a coward if you don't protect women. We're the most.
So I'm listening. I got you.
Say that again.
So I was just listening, man. I was just like, wow, man. Seriously, this is wow with the people in that life. I'm just like, wow, you know.
I mean, but look at the attention. But look at well, I don't want to be a bully, but look at the attention that you're giving. I mean, let me not nitpick. I mean, but it's the type of attention that you're giving. I mean,
yeah, but technically, isn't really coward thing though, because you don't know the whole details. Can't just immediately act without thinking though. Just immediately defend something, but you don't know what's up though. So what you're about to say, I'm thinking, okay, that makes sense though. They're saying, I don't get it.
but you try telling me, but there's a cause and effect, right? A cause and effect for everything. Your cause, when you run your mouth, and I'm not saying all women do that, right? Not all women run their mouth, but when you're the type to jabber job and tell her like it is, and then what is the ultimate insult to a man is when you spit at him and then you hit him. That's the insult. So the effect would be, and he has options. Their first instinct is to knock you on your ass. And I will often say to brothers, yeah, I mean, she might have spit in your face, and if you would have left it at that, and I'm not saying it's the right, it's cool at all. It's not cool to get spit in the face, especially with a woman. But my ultimate problem with this is you knocking her out. That kind of cancels out that lady getting prosecuted and getting sent to jail and possibly being fined.
I can agree to that.
Lights, camera, and action will always get you. Got that shit right. But I'm not trying to put my hands on no woman. But if you spit on me, I might just have to. Hey, here's what it is at that point.
And then I'm gonna have to come down to the school, and don't let me come down to the school because I'm gonna be like, what the heck did she do? Right. Because I know
across the board.
Know how we let women's tears,
boys. That's across the board.
Persuade a lot of things. Like the white woman's tears, it can swayed and get people, executed, and young boys get executed. They never done anything. It's the same thing. We adopt that.
I like that.
Life is valuable. Everybody's life is valuable, but we have to learn our place in respect to the opposite sex. We should know that we cannot step to a man. We do not have the physical strength to do so. We barely even have it in sports, for God's sake.
Can I ask you a question?
You know what I'm saying?
So can I ask you a question, Stephanie?
What you say? So I'm just saying, like,
are you teaching your son to, if a girl hit him, he can hit her back?
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not advising him to do that. But if she's doing some crazy stuff, we probably need to push her or get him out the way so that he can get out get to safety.
But that's not what the father would say. If the father of a boy would tell him different.
No, so let's go. If
that's
she's
fine.
yelling at him, does she?
What would the father of a boy tell him to do against a girl, Paul? Can
You
you
want me to know what I told my son? You know what I told my son?
Yeah, what did
Say
I
that
get what
again.
she did. No, if I'm saying if a guy hits you, then hit back. I wouldn't do that though. So if a guy hit me, I'm not gonna hit back unless she armed though. Then I'll do it though. Or sometimes though, you know, when someone hit you though, or when they touch you though, it's just like uncontrolled instinct. So pretty much your instinct kicks in without doing it. Even if you have no intentions of doing nothing, your instincts would just, you know, will just kick in without, you know, without a thought. I've done that though, actually. Sometimes, depending which spot I get touched on, you know, I literally resort to like, you know, I literally resort to my hand like slap, like literally slap straight hard though, because I don't like certain places though, and my instinct is kick. I have no intention of hitting. This came out of nowhere.
Right. The intention is to go home. I'm not trying to get another. I'm not trying to get killed or get a woman killed. Look. My first priority is my family. I'm not trying to. If I extend my invitation, I extend my grace. I would have just assumed that you just take it for what it is, and just. But man, I'm just saying. But this girl here, she ain't getting it, yo. She's just not getting it. She's just not getting it for the simple fact is like, yo, men. Men are practically getting their lives destroyed due to you, not necessarily her, but you as a female don't know how to like, yo, why you gotta cuss a man out? Why you gotta spit in his face? Because you ultimately see it all the time, right? You ultimately see it all the time.
Yeah, it's just called emotional damage. Literally, though, don't have to do anything like that. Say saying something like that, I would literally resort to a guy to break down. Or even if they don't want to cry, literally tears will come down their face because it just broke down. Because if you say something or something now just instantly cuts deep, they'll just literally start tearing up.
It don't even have to be an emotion. It don't even have to be emotional damage. You can somebody just bump your ass and you just get all emotionally charged. I mean, I get it, but again,
No, I get you though, not again. I mean, but sometimes though, no, I get you what you're saying. No, I'm not saying that though. What I'm saying is sometimes I know what some females they can do though, right? With females as well though, and in a respectful way. Sometimes though, females know where to cut you deep though, literally though. Whatever they say can cut you deep in a way. Sometimes it can be emotionally charged, but I mean though, in a different emotional. What I mean though. Not like anger though, not the anger part. I was talking about when they start to tear up though, when a guy starts to tear up because whatever they were saying though just cuts deep.
Yeah, I agree.
Did you tell your son, Jess?
I told him, I said, we don't hit women. I said, if you have told her twice to leave you alone and you have tried to walk away from the situation and she puts her hands on you, you push her off you. Tell the teachers, tell the counselor, whoever. But if she come at you and keep hitting on you, you hit her ass one time to get her off you.
Just like my daddy told me.
Let me check the officer. It is not a felony to spit on somebody unless there's certain mitigating circumstances. A lot of
that was just cause excuse to knock a woman out.
Wait, did she say unless it was mitigated circumstances? Is that what she said?
Probably.
Mitigated circumstances or no circumstances. Guess what? You spit on me. That is a sign of disrespect. Plus, I don't know what germs you carry. That is the ultimate sign of disrespect. Like, what in the blue hell is going on in here?
I'm just giving you facts. A lot of
What
states.
are you talking about?
Some okay, so I'm giving you facts, buddy. Don't get mad at me.
What
Facts from where? Facts from where?
So in some of it is
Black
citation
come
level
in.
offense.
Wait, I
Like
forgot to tell
violation.
as well. I streamed this to the audience as well.
What state are you in?
She said it depends on the state. If
Hmm?
y'all weren't busy yelling, y'all could hear me say state 3 times.
Well, I know along the East Coast, you spit on a motherfucker, your ass is going to jail.
That's a felony in New York.
That's a felony. That's a felony. Also a felony all up and down the East Coast.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Fact.
Hey, I just looked it up.
Was that after COVID? COVID?
No, that's before COVID.
No, that's coming
That's
back
been
from
out since
AIDS.
AIDS.
Yeah,
It
when
is a
AIDS came out.
biohazard.
Yeah.
It's a biohazard. Ain't no citation in my ass. They take your ass to jail.
This is just peace.
Okay, so in New York, no spitting is generally considered an assault in New York, but it is not a felony.
It is a felony.
Thank you, Corso.
Tell them cops that.
What
Tell them cops that.
are y'all talking about?
They don't know what they talking about. They just
It's still bad. It doesn't matter. Let's stop.
Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. What up, dude? Welcome to the channel, bro. Welcome up to the panel, anyway.
Peace and black power. Peace and black power.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hear me?
Now, check this out. Unlawful touching of another person or in a threatening manner, as spitting does, may fall under simple assault. So it's not a federal thing. It's just a simple assault. But either way, you're going to get your ass whooped. Man, woman, or child. A woman spits at me, she going to have to get that ass whooped. If a child spits at me, he going to get that ass whooped. It's as simple as that. Did you know that COVID, especially in COVID times, people never wash their hands?
Well, that's disgusting.
Yeah. People never wash their hands after using the bathroom or when they sneeze on their hands, because when you sneeze, right, those particles stay depending on where you sneeze at. Let's just say you sneeze on the ground, right? That particle stays there 3 hours. 3 hours.
Wow.
Wow. Wait. I said that wrong. That's 24 hours. If you sneeze in the air, those particles, they go away after 3 hours.
Wow.
But you're still there. You're still in the facility where the person sneezes and they don't cover up and they don't say, excuse me, and they don't go to wash their hands, or they don't even use sanitizer. That's disgusting.
I know. Wait, I recently recovered from that though, like what you were just saying, during that pandemic thing though, I recently recovered from that though, Monday, right? I recently recovered from that. I had it and I recently got better from it.
I'm glad you're better. I'm glad you're better from it.
Thank you.
So what's going on, D?
Not much, man. I just got back from the patrol in the hood, just make sure everything all right and shit. We gotta start doing that. We gotta start fucking, looking out for our own fucking self-defense of our people, you know what I'm saying? But this shit got me fucked up, man. This whole fucking Marcellus Williams shit, man. Like the fucking lynchings and shit. I'm going out of my fucking mind, you know what I'm saying? Like, like every time this shit fucking happen, like there's always some fucking scandal, you know what I'm saying? Like always some fucking famous, rapper or some bullshit going on. They fucking distract our people, and it's like this is why our people don't fucking do nothing. And it's like I feel like if we just keep letting these fucking oppressors do this shit, man, like they're not gonna stop. You feel me? Like we need to fucking step up if we see them fucking, oppressing our people and shit. Like enough is enough already, you know what I'm saying? Like when are our people gonna wake the fuck up? This shit got me fucking mad, man.
But I was at the. I don't know if you've seen it. I think about 3 weeks ago, I was at the Sonia Massey. At the Sonia Massey meeting that they have over here in Las Vegas, and everybody was there. The Muslim, I forgot what temple it was. Muslims were there. The Hebrew Israelites were there.
Yeah,
The
that's right.
NAACP.
Hey, what about the Sunnis though? Were they there?
Huh?
The Sunnis though, the traditional mainstream Muslims though, are they there?
You say what?
I said the traditional mainstream Muslims, the Sunnis.
Oh yeah. I know you're right.
Yeah. Even this is like the first time I've ever seen them like up close and personal. But I've seen the Black Panthers. The Black Panthers were there also. But I've seen the Black Panthers. I was close to becoming a member myself. But pretty much everybody was there, and they gave their piece, and then I've never seen like such beauty come together like that in a tragic time where it's not even it wasn't even, it was peaceful, but everybody was at arms, you know what I'm saying? Everybody was upset. But in times like these, I mean, you have to put up or shut up. You know what I'm saying? Arm yourself.
It's good for our people to come. It's always a beautiful thing when you see Black unity, but I want to see more. I want to see more of that love. Like if you see your brother on the street and a cop is beating him or choking him and shit, don't fucking stand there and recording shit. Step up to that shit, man. Let them know. Like I'm not saying like do nothing crazy, but also let them know like we not gonna fucking allow you to come in and oppress our people and shit and fucking murder them. Because a lot of these cops and shit, they in a gang, you feel me? And a lot of them before they can even retire, like they got to do an initiation right where they got to kill a nigga, you feel me? Like that's what, and this shit's just is getting worse. Like since fucking Trump came in office and shit, like because these people feel like that white supremacy it's not about motion, it's about power. These people feel threatened right now. That's why you see them mobilizing and marching and shit. They're actually in fear of us, man. They're in fear that they're about to lose their fucking country. You know what I'm saying? Like our people need to shift away from all this bullshit.
And you think it's going to be
It's
better
gonna get
under?
worse. It's finna get worse.
I remember one time though. Okay. I remember one time though, in 2016 though, when I went to America in New York in Manhattan, I went there for a vacation or something like that. One time I think me and my family and everyone else, we witnessed in public, like there was a cop and he basically pointed a gun in front of a Black kid who was laying on the floor in front of everyone. Everyone witnessed it and he didn't do it. He wasn't going to do any, he didn't take any action in front of anyone. Everyone just witnessed and saw what he was doing. I didn't do anything though, because I was just overseas citizen though. I don't want to get in trouble though. I'm just, I didn't do anything because it's not like I wasn't selfish. I was just not going to get myself in trouble because I'm overseas though. And I might get in trouble for that.
So where are you originally from? Like,
I'm in the UK and I'm not from America.
Okay. But like you
Yeah, he's Black.
I'm brown. No, I'm just wondering, like, I want to speak to him as a Black, so I just want to make sure
brown, not Black. I'm not Black,
you feel
actually.
Like
I'm brown.
Latino or something. That's basically Black. Well, yeah, that's Black. Like, if you Latino, you know what I'm saying? Like, the indigenous, you feel me? Not from Spain, but indigenous Latino to this area, you basically Black. Like, you were considered Black to the fucking 70s. When the government came out with the whole term Latino, anyways, y'all were roped in with us, anyways. You feel me? But anyway, I just wanted to talk.
I'm actually South Asian. Okay, sure, but I'll tell you what though. I'm actually South Asian, but I grew up multicultural though. I grew up multicultural, but I'm South Asian.
Okay. So, with all respect, I don't think that you one of us, like a descendant of slaves. You feel me? But
I'm not,
you obviously.
I'll be honest with you. I'm not saying I'm not one of. Okay, yeah, I got you though. It's all right. All that respect though. I'm not saying I'm not one, no, and I don't need to be. I'm just basically very, very empathetic.
No, but like, but like you said something very interesting. You said when you were watching us go down, you said you didn't want to intervene because you didn't want to get in trouble. And you know, if you're not like, and we can't really expect you. We're not expecting other people that aren't our race and shit to defend us. You feel me? Like this is really like our people need to step up. Our people need to
I
love each
get
other.
you
You
on
feel me?
that
Just
though.
like your people love each
Yeah,
other.
of
Wherever you're
course.
coming
But I'm
from.
saying though, yeah, I can understand that though. But for
If you
me,
understand, if your
I'll
people were
probably
being
go through something
oppressed, you
similar
know,
though. Little bit of something similar, but very different. I know I had very different reaction and stuff like that though, and I can respect that though. I mean, it's not really, I'm not expected to, but I'm saying if I witness that next time, I might step in though, just to see what's
Come
going on, or I
on, he
might just
can't be a
ask
part
this.
of the Rainbow Coalition. He can't be a part of that. You the original Rainbow Coalition with the Black Panthers,
yeah, I know
the
you.
people with the whites and I think the Hispanics or wherever it was. He couldn't be a part of the Rainbow Coalition.
Not the new one. Nah, the new one is
Not
you know
the
what I'm
new
saying,
one.
black only. The original one that got restarted again, that's now under Malik Shabazz. He said that like he allowed whites to help him and shit, but they
Really?
can't join. But the new
Really?
the new Black Panther Party, they say that you know what I'm saying, like this black, they don't want to take things from any white person. Basically, they're like they don't like them at all. Like they make it clear like they don't like the oppressor. You feel me? Like yeah, nah, they on that
No.
shit. They
Yo,
but
you
the
got
old one
send
definitely
me that.
the old one that you know what I'm saying, Huey Newton and shit. They were they had snow bunnies and shit, and they had snow bunnies around. Like they were trying to
He had a
you
snow
kind of be
bunny.
on that fence. You feel me? But if you're gonna
Oh,
be
he
pro black, you
afterwards.
gotta be with black women. You feel me? Because that's about the black family. If you love the black family, then you gotta be with your own fucking people and have children that look like you. You feel me? And
No,
that are
not me. I'm
same
open to.
biracial.
Okay,
Well,
I don't mind being around my own people, but I'm
it's
saying
hard to
I'm
talk because like
exposed
you're
to.
not
I
our
grew
people,
up
so we can
multicultural,
understand
so for me,
what you're talking
no. So for me, I'm open to exploring. Though I don't mind having children who's mixed or who don't look like me. I don't want someone who's South Asian like me. I don't want them. No, it's not nothing against them. I just don't feel compatible, or I don't feel attracted to them right now. For me, I'm into black. I'm into black women, though, to be honest, though. I'm being honest, though, man. That's just who I feel attracted to. I grew up multicultural, so for me, I don't feel like I sense of like I should, stick with my own.
Well, you see that? Well, that's the problem. It first started off with social immigration. People always wanted to be social immigrating with one another, and we wondering why we don't have a country. Wonder we don't have
Yeah, but I'll
things
be
that.
real with you though as well. I'll be honest with you. The thing I go for is whether I have two nationalities though. I was born in the UK, but at the same time my family, Pakistani. So for me, I have two identities though, and I don't know who to be. Because sometimes though, some British people don't think I'm not British enough, and some Pakistanis don't think I'm not
Let me
Pakistani
tell you
enough.
something,
So
bro.
basically,
I feel you on that, but
I don't fit in with either of them.
yeah, listen,
Well,
because the whole thing's
that's
all
the case
messed
because
up.
half these
That's the
motherfuckers
problem.
don't even know who they are anyway.
Where you're born is just it's not your ethnicity. You feel me? Where you're born, that
Mm-hmm.
doesn't determine your ethnicity. Ethnicity is your bloodline. Is you were the
My
seed of your father.
bloodline is the Indo-Persian people.
So where you're on your father's side of the family, wherever he come
No,
from,
both
and his
sides.
father, and his father, that's who you are basically.
Oh wait,
You feel
both
me?
my parents are Pakistani.
What?
So I'll be honest with you. Both
So
my
you
parents are
Pakistani. That's what I'm
Pakistan.
saying. You Pakistani. Even if you were born in
Both.
the UK, your nationality is UK, but your ethnicity is Pakistani. You understand what I'm saying? You
Yeah, my father's born in the UK also. So basically, my father and his siblings are both, born in the UK. So basically, I'm second generation. So he's the first gen. I'm second gen. His father's Pakistani. My mother's Pakistani. My grandmother's Pakistani. My auntie and stuff like that. They're like, Pakistanis though, who literally were born in that land, no. But actually, Pakistani is not my race, though. That's my nationality or heritage. The actual ethnicity or is Indo-Persian, because my ancestors were
interesting.
Persian.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, because
Islam,
I'll be honest,
Iran.
All right,
though,
let me
Interesting.
Pakistan is a country, not a nation, not a race. The people we live with. I know who the original people of that land were, and they're not my people. My people are a new set of people who bred with the original people. That's why, even though they live there, don't mean they weren't originally from there. They're like, you know, a mix. I'm the Indo-Persian people.
That's cool. Let me get the video.
That actually is kind of deep. Like that's how.
No, let's
It's
talk about
still fucked up.
let's not cover up the fact that these niggas are making shit up so they can knock bitches out.
Thank you.
Who's making it up?
I'm gonna knock you out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. A motherfucker spit on me. They got a right to get knocked the fuck out.
You're gonna be fat.
But we're talking about a man knocking out a woman, though.
Male or female. Male or female.
We're not
I'm
talking about
sorry. Male or female.
when you knock the female out.
So wait, so
I'm knocking a motherfucker out.
6'3" man.
I'm 6'4".
So I go up there, right? And I'm looking dead at this woman, and I'm looking at her with so much confusion in my look, and I'm like, are you absolutely out of your damn mind? If you spit at the direction of a male, you are going to it's not going to be anybody's fault but yours. It's not going to be anybody's fault but yours. If he hits you, don't tell. Look at yourself and reflect on yourself of what you did. What you did was fucked up. I'm sorry. Now, all the yelling and screaming and stuff, I can tolerate that. But you putting your hands on me, and especially right in public, you putting your hands on me, spitting on me. I was like, is you serious right now? Oh, what you gonna do for us? Not a damn thing. You are literally trying to get me killed. You are literally trying to put me in prison. I was like, nah, my family comes first, my guy.
Exactly.
My family comes first. I would gladly die for my family. I ain't dying for you. I don't know you. If I extend the grace of helping you, you're shutting your mouth. I don't need to hear shit from you. Let me handle the situation. And if the one time you open your mouth while I'm in your presence, I'm gone. It's that freaking simple. You getting people murked out here. I was like, that's some crazy shit. I was like, what are you supposed to do for us? Not a goddamn thing.
I'm a knock. Look.
No, this is good. This is good.
If you are over the age of 18 and you spit at me, I'm not.
This is good. This is good. The lady that just came on.
You should have never been a bodyguard.
Yo, this is good. Yo, this is good. Listen, this
Damn
is good
that.
because the lady.
Spit on me. He's slapping her. Who's saying
The
gonna be a
lady.
bodyguard?
Listen, the lady who just got on. The lady. Listen, the sister that just got on. She got two sons. Now let me ask you, since you got two sons, do you teach your sons that every woman deserves to be protected?
No.
Thank you.
Well, why don't you ask
Of course
me?
you don't do that.
Why not?
Two sons, Will.
Because it's a level of respect.
You got kids?
I got two sons. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, Zion got kids?
Hold on. Let Evo speak.
I have two sons.
No, you don't. You don't.
What did you say?
I got two sons.
What you teach your son is not the exact thing, well, almost the exact identical thing that you would teach your daughter. You teach your daughter to be respectful and to get respect when or not to give respect when respect is not given. But you would initiate it first. I would tell my son, it's like, you must respect people until it is time not or to take away your respect for that particular person. Self-respect, first and foremost, is every aspect of your life. Of your life. Starting with you as the individual. I teach my kids that all the time. And so far, I pray to God that nothing happens to them. What's that?
I said that's good that you in their life, because a woman could, you know what I'm saying, a mother could teach her son things. Yeah, of course, we're not saying that, but like I'm saying, like, but a mother can't teach a boy how to be a man. You feel me? Like that's why we need our fathers in our homes. You know what I'm saying? Like the woman got to submit, like all the shit, all this like independent woman shit. You feel me? Single mother shit. That's got to stop, man. We need the men in the house, because the men are the authority, man. The boy ain't gonna listen to the mama. You feel me? But as soon as the daddy come home, man, that boy straighten up, man. He already know what time it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but hey,
that's the problem. Women can't teach these boys to be men. That's the problem. They go to these white schools and they're feminized. Most of the teachers in America are white females. You know what I'm saying? No black males in the fucking school. And then the child can't sit down because he's a child. You know what I'm saying? Men learn better when they're up and hands on. They don't learn well when they're sitting down. So all the shit is messed up. You feel me? The boys are not supposed to be in that type of environment. You know what I'm saying? It's not conducive to their learning and all that.
Oh, what? Well, we can't have Sexy Red come teach us? You can't have Sexy Red come teach our kids?
Hell nah. Hell to the nah. Because
damn. Can't have Nicki Minaj come teach our kids?
Nah. They are traumatized people who were probably molested when they were a child. I think Sexy Red was, because she came out with that shit just recently. But you know, they're traumatized people. And yeah, because most people that are provocative like that, you feel me?
I can agree.
Our women that are dressing like that and being like that and being exploited is because I'm sorry, you have something to add to what our black people are going to? But like, you feel me? Like that comes from trauma, like, and they're being exploited by the industry. You want them to come teach our children what? To be 304s, to be hoes? Nah, come on, man.
No,
we need black men. We need strong black men.
We could teach the young kids to have. We could about product. When we have lip gloss after the name of a venereal disease, we can teach our kids.
Yeah, okay, you were joking, right? I
to this day.
Yeah, I
that
remember.
Fucks me up to this day. How you would literally sit there and have a product out that has the name of a venereal disease, an STD.
That's wild, right? That's wild. That's wild, yo. I can't mess with that.
No,
it's that trend too. Like, if you notice, a lot of products, they're named like all crazy stuff now. Like there's that water called liquid death. You know what I'm saying? All these products got nasty or weird names. It's like a trend. You feel me? Yeah, I'm not buying into all that stuff.
Wait,
you ever heard of liquid
what?
death?
No.
What?
No, I never heard of that. No. What is it?
Oh yeah, liquid death. That's a popular drink. Everybody drinking liquid death. Like, can't we drink liquid life? Like, why gotta be death? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you notice, that's kind of the trend.
We went back to scissor then. That's where we went back. Basically, we went back to scissor. Okay. All right, cool. What the hell?
Yeah, you want
those who don't know what scissor is basically cough syrup and drink. Whatever. Yeah. Whatever you're adding into the cough syrup and you're drinking it, which is so
unfortunately
dumb.
I did that when I was a teen. Yeah, I did that as a teen. I was a dumb teen. Yep, that stuff's all messed up, man. But like, our people are traumatized. You know what I'm saying? Like the women, like Sexy Red, they're being exploited and stuff like that. Being pimped out by the white man, you know what I'm saying? Like degrading our women are being degraded by this stuff. Then that's what the girls are looking towards for their role model. It's all messed up, man. We don't have strong role models anymore. We don't have strong leaders in the community anymore, because the church used to be our community. But ever since the government in the early 2000s came out what they call the faith-based initiative, they started giving money to the black churches. And so now the black churches were told by the government that they can't speak out on issues when, you know, our people are being unalived by the police and stuff. When you realize the scope of what's being done to our people and what we had after slavery and what was taken from us, if our people realized what they lost, they would burn this place down overnight. But they don't know. Our people don't even consider it. They're so lost.
What if I
You know what I'm
told,
saying?
what if someone came up to you and told you, what would your reaction be if someone were to tell you, we have everything needed here in America? We are rich enough people. We have everything. We have jobs. We have cars. We have houses. We have opportunity. What would you say to those people?
I would say, do you own any of the stores in your hood? Do you have a corporation? Do you own anything? Our people don't own nothing in this country, man. And yeah, there's exceptions. Yeah, our people got businesses, but they're small businesses. Feel me? Our people don't have any investment in anything.
Whoa. You can't come up in here and telling the truth. You can't come up here telling the truth. How dare you come up here on my channel and tell
all I can do, you know what I'm saying? That's all I can do, man. Like, I've been going hard. Like, that's all I can do, man. I'm like Khalid Muhammad. You feel me?
He mentioned Khalil Muhammad.
That's my hero. That's my hero.
Good Lord, hey, antisocial. Oh, good Lord, have mercy, Jesus.
What up, sis?
Khalil Muhammad. A cracker is a cracker is a cracker.
It's a cracker. Right. I didn't come to pin the tail on the donkey. I came to pin the tail on the honky. You feel me? All that, man. 100%.
It's like, are you a racist? No,
yes, because
I wish I was.
In the term of what people mean, like racist is really prejudice plus power. We don't have the power to systematically deny white people anything. You feel me? We're not in power right now. They are. Yes, we can be prejudiced, but we can't be racist in the sense of we can systematically deny anyone anything. We haven't been able to do that. You feel me? Or oppress people in any shape or form. So we can't do that. Yes, we can't be prejudiced, but there's nothing even wrong with that. That's how you protect yourself. You feel me? Because these people are predators and they're, you know what I'm saying? They're preying on our people and using them like parasites. You feel me? Like taking, you know, their greatness and weaponizing our music to destroy us. Is when you realize the scope, the war military campaign that's being waged against us in all these different avenues is just kind of crazy. Like they control everything. They control our music. How come we don't control our music? You feel me? We don't control nothing, man.
The only
everybody trying to be us. Everybody trying to take our swag.
You control your music. You do, in a sense, control your music. You can do what you did back in the day and just sell it out your trunk. And sell it for
that's true.
Like
that's true.
10 a pop. Just like MC Hammer did. But MC Hammer had a big head, and look what happened to him. I mean, he made millions and millions of dollars, but the thing about it is, he was thinking about his people and overpaying his people too much. And it's like you have a good heart, but you can't do everybody. You just can't. And look what happened to him afterwards. I mean, he ended up going mainstream. He was doing so good, but then he ended up turning hip hop to rap music, and then that was like, nah, bro, this is not gonna work. But he's doing fine now. I mean, he's doing fine, you know, for a 60-some-year-old man, and he's still got the moves and everything. But we have to learn from that particular example and take it from where it once was back to where it was. And then we don't have to do, but nowadays you don't sell shit out your trunk anymore because everything is just computerized now.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't nobody have to keep out the sign up back in the trunk. Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, the only thing you can do is just sell product. And what product are you selling? Are you selling the type of product that people want, or are you selling the type of product that people need? You know, see what I'm saying? They need good food. They need good food. They need good structure, right? But we're just consumers, and we're
we're the
gonna figure.
biggest ones in this country. We're a $2 trillion people industry. Like we spend that guap. You feel me? That's what I'm saying. Instead of giving that guap to the white man or going to church on Sunday and giving it to your pastor who's going to put it in a white bank, we need to start constructing our own banks, our own institutions. You feel me? We need to start like investing in each other and really start like it's really about loving each other. It's about brotherhood. It's about love. It's about putting your people first. You feel me? Like that's really like the heart of what is going to get our people on the right track. If we don't start loving each other and start doing one another, we're not gonna make it.
It ain't brotherhood unless you, because we keep killing each other. We keep killing each other at a clip. What do you think white people do?
I feel you. Like I've never been in the gang, but I've studied the gangs and I understand like their mindset and how they would. A lot of them say like they will never stop being at beef with the ops. You feel me? With their own people. Like that's crazy. And they have all that energy to unalive their own people. But when the white man come, the police come and do it to us, they ain't nowhere to be found. And it's like kind of crazy. Like we in that mindset, we see each other as the enemy. But if we realize if we came together, we would see the white man as the enemy and the oppressor instead of our own people. But the problem is we're so psychologically traumatized that we see each other as the reason why we're failing. We look at one another and say, it's your fault. You're being too aggressive. You're not loving the white man enough. And it's like we tried out 400 years and it's like we ain't getting nowhere. You feel me? Need to start looking out for our own. That's really everybody else do it. The Chinese do it. You feel me? The Jewish man do it. You feel me?
Yeah, but
they look out for themselves. Nobody says that they're being hateful or anything. You feel me? But we do it. It's like now we're being hateful.
It's just like you said before. We're psychologically damaged because two things can be said in this instance. When you talk about women so much, and that's your only topic, and that's your only excuse to talk about a female and how and point the finger at a female and say you're responsible for the man not being in the home, it's a problem. And on the other side of it is the opposite. The women say, I don't need a man, I can do it all bad by myself, and yada yada yada. It's a problem. So this is the reason why we have meetings like this, because it's psychologically damaging. But the healing comes when you separate yourself.
We need to heal first, exactly. And I mean, listen, everybody got culpability. Everybody is accountable in some way. Ultimately, it's the white man who came in and destroyed our family and then paid our woman to not have a man in the house. Like you couldn't get welfare unless the black man was not in the house at all. You feel me? So we all have culpability because the woman allowed that to happen. She took the money. You feel me? Like this, but ultimately, like it's the white man, and then it goes downhill. You feel me? Then the black man, because the black man's supposed to be the head of the household. He's supposed to take charge. You feel me? So
you believe
it's not about blame. We want to go beyond blame, like you said. We want to get to like the healing. How do we heal our people, our women, our men? You feel me? A lot of them been traumatized.
Well, communication comes a long way, and it's cool, but we got to put some action behind. You want to put some action behind those words. Like community meetings are just as what we need right now. And putting some money behind it. Here's the thing. Who do we want as a leader when it comes to maleship versus womanship? We want a male, and we want males. We at least have 3 males to 3 females, and you're having a conversation with your group. And when we get ready, when it's time, those 3 will come together and decide what would be best for the community that you're in. And you don't have to take everybody with you. You don't have to take everybody with you. You don't even have to take you don't have to take some of these bums serious, right? It's like, for example, they say that, Donald Trump is bad for the black community. I was like, what specifically has he done to the black community for him to be so harmful? And they can never answer that question. Well, he has problems with black and brown people. I can understand that, but at the same time, has he given you a job? Well, I will be quiet then. Has he put money in your pocket? Well, I will be quiet then. Because I can understand the racial part, but that's something that, you know, I mean, you don't have any other candidates. It's not like you can get Cory Booker or somebody like that. On the other side of that, what's Kamala Harris's policies? We don't know, do we? But we know her resume. And I don't even want to go through the resume because I went through her resume.
We know she ain't black. Her parents from East India or whatever. You feel me?
Don't claim her though.
Because D.L. Hughley said that she was black.
No, I don't think she is though. And also,
every like 7-Eleven, Red Dot got to be black.
You know
Everybody
what,
that's in
though, as
7-Eleven.
well? Wait. I was gonna say that, you know, even our own people don't claim her, not even me as well. Even though me and her from similar people, we don't even claim her though. Me and my entire family, we don't claim her. Everyone I know don't claim her though, you know? So basically, even her own people though, when they ask and you ask them about her, they don't claim her though.
Damn. That's messed up when your own people don't even claim you. Damn. That means your license has been revoked. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. But
yeah, I get you nothing. But for me though, I know though I'm a bit different though, but I can't understand somebody when it comes to identity. Because for me, even I know I was born in the UK and then I've got culture and I've got a different set of people. But in some ways though, the way I was raised here, there's a little bit difference between the people who are born in my heritage people and me though, the way they grew up and experience and the culture they're surrounded by, there's very different though. So I feel like I'm very more different than them though. Even though we're similar, we're the same people, but we're very different though. So I don't feel like I'm the same as them.
what would you do in a particular situation where you already expressed it. You already expressed it through the comments that you had basically had enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the alternative? What's the solution here? What would you do? Just given a ballpark, what would you do to start it off? With how many people you will bring together, when it comes to money, when it comes to resources, what would you do?
Find the people you trust. Find someone you trust, though, but then also you have to be like a good judge of character as well, and also see how people move. I feel that's how you can start with to see how people move, and if you can trust them, bring them along. Like, just be observant. That's what I'm saying.
D.
Anyway, like, sorry, my bad. I was like listening. Nah, like we definitely got to invest in each other. That, like you said, like, the money, like we obviously need money. Like, you know what I'm saying? We in this country and stuff. We need bread. We definitely probably not finna get it from the you know what I'm saying, the rappers and whatnot. But a lot of us, under that aren't up there and stuff, we got bread and stuff. Like a lot of us could do it. You feel me? Like it's not like we all broke. A lot of us are, but not all of us. And it's like we the biggest consumers in this country. We spend a lot of money. Like we can, instead of going to a white business, let's go to our own people to support our own people. You feel me? Let's start building infrastructure. You know what I'm saying? Let's start building our own banks. Like it starts from the ground up. Like we got to stop with excuses and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like and just get it done. It's for our people. You feel me? Our future. Everybody else doing it. Everybody else looking out for the future, planning hundreds of years ahead of time. Our people don't have nothing. Our people don't have any generational wealth. So that's why it's not going to be overnight, but we got to start somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We got to start somewhere. We got to have our own businesses. We need to have our own places. You feel me?
Okay. What you
Also,
saying?
sometimes though with me as well, though, sometimes with me and my people, we don't really trust each other like that, though, sometimes. Even though just we could be the same as well, we don't really have that much trust in each other, to be honest. Like, literally, just because, me and this person are the same culture, we understand each other. Sometimes, though, literally can't trust them, though. Even though they own their own thing, no, literally can't trust them, though. But sometimes though, like oh, just because we're this and that, they'll just be sly and stuff like that. So sometimes they can't really trust. I can't really trust my own. That's why though I don't really go much to my own people. I'm multicultural. That's what I'm saying though. I'm exposed to multiple different cultures. I'm rarely surrounded by my own.
But if you had to pick nationally, what would you pick?
Well, if I had to pick nationally between my heritage or the birthplace of my own country, I'd pick my birthplace over my heritage.
There you go. There you go.
Wow. I wouldn't do that. But a lot of our people
Wait,
here do
but
that. A lot of
what?
people are saying that they're
Wait, do you
Americans, but
think
they're really not.
Wait, I gotta say that. Do you think that me saying that is betraying my heritage people, though? Do you think I'm betraying them if I say that statement?
I don't think you would be betraying them. I think you would just be telling the truth because it all starts from there. Remember, there have been people have been segregated in this country. They've been separated, not segregated, but separated in this
Yeah,
country. And
but also there's a little difference between
nationality
me and them. Of course. But do you also think though as well, the only reason I picked the UK over Pakistan because I'm born here, I know what the people are like, I'm raised multicultural, my cultural difference is compared to the Pakistanis who actually literally were born in Pakistan, no, they lived in Pakistan their whole life. Like they lived in Pakistan, so there's a little cultural difference. Even though I have their culture and I'm a bit similar to them and I have similar genes and everything, only difference is cultural difference. That's why I picked the UK first, because that's just who I am now. That's where I'm literally from now. No matter what, I'm a UK cis, and some born ones will literally view me as a westernized person now, because I'm a bit westernized as well.
that's cool. That's cool. I mean, as long as you know who you are
I
as a
do,
person.
but at the same time, though,
You have to
sometimes I
but you
don't
have to
actually.
understand.
I'll be real with you right now before you say something. Sometimes, though, I do struggle to understand who I really am, though, because sometimes I don't know if I'm one or the other, if I'm both, So that's why I go with faith. So whatever faith I follow, I pick the faith over my own nationality for a good reason. Because my faith, at least the people, when I'm surrounded by people who say the same faith as me, I can easily understand that though. At least we don't judge each other though, no matter what, race or what nationality they are. When we the same faith, we're just a community like that, and there's no judgment like that to me.
D, where you from?
Born and raised in the hood in New Haven, Connecticut.
Connecticut. Not in Bristol?
Nah.
Nah.
I grew up in New Haven, then I lived in Bridgeport for a minute, Waterbury. I'm in Shelton right now. It's a real white supremacist area, but we got our people up here. We got hood up here. But the police aren't that bad out here, but they arrested a KKK Grand Dragon in the woods a couple years back. There's a lot of Masonic stuff out here, you feel me? But the cops aren't as brutal up here, thank God.
Wow.
But a lot of people homeless, a lot of people strung out on drugs, a lot of people, just completely lost out here. It's really fucking sad. I have to see that shit when I go out on patrol. I gotta see my people sleeping outside in hammocks and shit. You feel me?
Yeah. Go through that whole go through that whole thing with me with the patrol thing. You doing like a neighborhood watch party or something?
Like I'm by myself. I'm not like, you feel me? Like there's really no organized anything out here for our people, unfortunately. Like I wish there was. They ain't. It is what it is. But but I don't even let that. I don't use that as an excuse. I go out. You know what I'm saying? I'm armed. I got my weapon on me. You feel me? I'm all dressed out in black everything, and I just go out and you know what I'm saying? Like I'm careful. I go out late at night because I feel a lot of our people that are sleeping outside or on drugs are vulnerable. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people get unalived outside at night and things like that. So it's like I just make sure they are right, or if anyone hungry or nothing, like I'll go feed them and whatnot. It's like I ain't got much myself, but like, what I got, I'll give to my people because I love my people. You feel me?
Shit, we all in that same boat, brothers.
Yeah. I'll just give you an example. Like one time I was on patrol, and I go kind of similar route, and whatnot, and I'm careful when, like I said, I'm armed. I'm always watching my surroundings. I'm like a soldier. You feel me? So I go out, and I was at the train station one night, and I saw someone in the little booths and stuff, and he was kind of like slumped over or whatnot. It didn't look anything like crazy, whatnot, and I didn't think of anything of it because I'm about to go to the store. You know what I'm saying? And so, but when I came back, he was still there. So I thought that was odd. I'm like, because at first I thought he's just waiting for the bus because it's train station, the bus come there and whatnot. But he was still there. You know what I'm saying? And it was cold out. I'm like, let me just. I was about to leave, but I can't. I'm like, I think that's a brother in there. You feel me? Like, so I went over there and like, I'm sorry to bother you. Whatnot. I'm like, I just want to make sure you're all right. And he's like, no, I'm not all right. He was really drunk, and there's white people all around him. Nobody gave a damn. You feel me? And so basically,
good.
like he couldn't get home. He was out here in Derby, and he from Bridgeport, and he couldn't get back to Bridgeport or whatnot. I don't know what happened. He lost his wallet or something. Like he was basically stranded out there. It was cold as fuck. I don't know if I can say it on YouTube. My bad. It was cold as hell, and like I said, no one was giving a damn. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Right now, I ain't got a whip or nothing. So it's like, I'm not in a position to like really do nothing. You feel me? So I had to kind of think on my feet. And it's like, well, I can't really do nothing myself for him. But I'm like, I know, you know what I'm saying? Like that hood ingenuity, we figured it out. So I'm like, listen, I'm finna call 911. Call the ambulance over here. I coached him through it. I'm like, listen, you gonna say that you got asthma, but you need to go to Bridgeport. I'm like, tell him to take you to Bridgeport Hospital, not the one here. Tell him because that's where you live and that's where all your stuff's at, your doctors, whatnot. And I did that. Call 911. They came. They got him in there. Basically, I was just trying to get him a free ride back to Bridgeport because he was stranded. And like, I felt like if I didn't even stop by to make sure he was all right, he probably would have died because it was so cold and he was drunk. And it was just wild. Like, that's what I'm saying. Our people are vulnerable out there at night, and nobody don't care about them. You know what I'm saying? And even when the police arrived and whatnot, I got out of there like real quick. But like, I had to talk to him for a minute, and I swear, man, it's like I could see the contempt he has for me and my people. And I felt like if I didn't come there first and find that brother, and the cop came there first, I felt like the cop may have oppressed him. You feel me? And threw him in jail or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I feel like things. So that I share that story to say like, all it takes is one person, you feel me, to go out there and make sure our people okay, because our people are out there, homeless and vulnerable and stuff, and we need to take care of each other. It ain't about like, oh, I don't care, that's not my immediate family. Nah, if they black, they your brother, man.
Over here, his brother.
We all, So it's like, that's what I'm saying. We need to take accountability and responsibility for one another. That's what brotherhood is about, is making sure like your people okay. Like, but it's like, I want to see that come back as these hood patrols like that the Black Panthers had, you know what I'm saying? Where you go in the hood and, you make sure, like, again, it's not doing anything proactive against anyone, but just being there and just letting the oppressor know, like, you ain't gonna get away, you know what I'm saying, with what you normally get away with. But even if you're by yourself or you with a group, like, go out and patrol. You know what I'm saying? Especially at night. That's the most important one, man. Because so many of our people are on the streets, especially in dangerous areas. Our people are being, kidnapped and by crazy white people and brought to the basement. All kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, all kinds of stuff be happening out there, man.
Getting chopped up and sent up the Michigan River. Yep.
Some Texas chainsaw. So to me, like,
Shouts out to that family. I'm waiting for the actual trial to come. I'm gonna watch that, and if he is not prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, it's a problem. It's going to be a problem. Just like Sonia Massey's murder. Everybody's blaming. Everybody's saying that the cop was righteous in his shooting, which everybody's delusional when they say that, because how the position was is when you aim to shoot and you shot to kill, because you thought that the woman had a deadly weapon, which the deadly weapon was a boiling pot of water, which she did not aim at him at all.
And she's the one that called the cops. Like, let's be clear.
The damn cops.
He's the one that called the damn cops. Like, come on.
Oh,
but that's what I'm saying.
Call the cops. Have you come over so she can throw a boil of pine water at you. Make it make sense. Make that make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
I have to. You know what? I have to.
You wanted to unalive him. You wanted to. Let's be real.
You have to give props to one particular officer, Tatum. You know why? Because he's consistent at his bullshit. He's very consistent. If you don't know Officer Brandon Tatum, look him up. Look him up. See, this is one of these happy-go-lucky Negroes with his white wife.
Yep.
All right. Yep. Happy-go-lucky Negroes and saying that you know black people should calm down and vote Republican and everything. He had the nerve, the litigated gall to say he was right, that the officer that shot the lady was righteous in his shoot. I'm like, okay, this particular
House Negro.
Yeah, it angered everybody. Shit, it angered everybody. Pressure to what?
I said an oppressor collaborator. He's a collaborator for the oppressor. Because how you gonna be black and join an organization that started out as slave catcher? You know what I'm saying? Like, think about that. The Runaway Slave Patrol. That's what became the police. The police have two jobs, really. It ain't serve and protect the community. Let me tell you what the two jobs of the police are. One, keep black people in check. Two, protect white people from black people. That's it. That's it, man. That's the only two jobs they have. So when I see my people join that makes me sick to my stomach, because now you helping the white man to oppress your own people, and then you're gonna defend them because obviously now he's got to pick a side because he's got a job with the white people. If he said that the cop is wrong, now he might lose his job. You feel me? If he said it's just, you can't do that. You have divided loyalties. Like, you got to be either for our people 100%, and that means pro-black, mean date black. You feel me? Don't join the oppressor's military. Don't join the oppressor's police force. You feel me? And start doing stuff.
What has black ever done to us? What has black ever done for us? Huh? What the hell has black ever done for us? I've been black all my life, and they done wrong to me. My own people have done wrong to me.
Yeah, that makes. Okay. I mean, that's why I don't really trust, other Pakistanis that really well, though. So I don't hate them, no. I have love for my family like that, though. It's my own people. Look. I got a love for my own people, but at the same time, no, I can't trust them fully, because just because we're the same don't mean I should trust you like that. I'm multicultural, and I experience different cultures and stuff like that, and I've got other people of many different cultures treating me better. I'm multicultural, so I've got other people trusting other people who treated me better than my own people, and I'm rarely around my own. Or do you think that, just be honest, do you think that I've surrounded myself with too much culture that I don't really, wait, do you think my own people view me as a traitor?
Stick around us. It's fun.
I'm sticking, and I'm happy though. Even if they do, though, I'm willing to disown them. Even if they do, I'm willing to disown them.
I will never disown my people. do you? But I will never disown my people. I know my people are wilding out, but I understand why. It's not their fault. They've been traumatized. See, that's what you don't understand. Your people have not been traumatized the way our people have been traumatized and set against each other. So it's like when I look at a black man that's wilding out,
they kind of have
and that's
done
totally
this
out of his
country. I
mind.
think like in UK, I think like in 50s, 60s, yeah, they were actually literally they got beaten up and stuff like that, and they'll call like a different word that. Download EA Sports. So give me a minute, man.
All right.
I was just saying, like, I'm sorry. It's really hard having another person on the panel that's not our people. It's your show. I get it. I'm just a guest. But I'm trying to keep track of like what we're talking about. Our people. You feel me? I was just saying, like, yeah, our people have been traumatized. So when I look at our people being evil to each other, whatnot, or unaliving one another, I don't look at them as like the white man looks at them and think that they're a monster or they're just a criminal. You feel me? I think of them. I look at them and say, this is the descendant of a slave that's been traumatized, has never been healed. You feel me? And needs the love of his people so that he could heal and so he could start loving his own and seeing who the real enemy is, who is the oppressor, the white man, the devil that the Bible speaks of. You feel me?
Well, not
Like,
I
feel you saying like it's our own people. It'll be our own people, but
No, I get it
that's
though.
what.
I'm not denying that though. I'm not denying that though. I'm just basically saying to me, I just know how it is. I'm rarely around other Pakistanis because the way I grew up and the way the area I've been, no, I've been around too many cultures.
Well, I mean, here's what I would say. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. Be when you're around people. No one is literally putting a gun to your head and say you have to be with us or else there'll be consequences and repercussions. No, just be yourself. With us, it's a little different. With us, it's like we have no choice. We literally don't have
all we've got.
Any
Because let me tell you something. Your people, the Pakistani people, ain't gonna do nothing for us. Your people, the Pakistani, ain't gonna do nothing for us collectively because we're not your people. It's not emotional. It's not about racism or hate. It's a fact. Ain't no one gonna help us out. That's why we've been here 400 years being oppressed. No country's gonna rise up and say, America, we demand that you treat us, but it's not gonna happen. That's why I'm saying that the solution isn't to beg the white man or beg anyone else to come and help and save us. The solution is for our people to get up and do it themselves. And it takes a lot of things. Our people have to do it. Our people have to.
Okay, but I'm just saying that I'm willing to be different from everyone else.
That's fine, man.
That's cool, but here's the thing that you have to understand, and I'm sure because you've been on a whole bunch of panels who express this very exact sentiment when they say when you have at least 60% of white folks who own and control this country, and the rest of it is China, and you're wondering, you're looking around, you're literally looking around, seeing where are your people at, where are your institutions, where are your hospitals, where are your grocery stores. There are very, very little. There are very, very little, and even when you do find them, they're not supported as much by us.
Okay.
Interesting. But here's the thing. It's like I said when I told you before, just be yourself. Just be yourself. Be yourself around people and tell the truth. That's it. It's like we're not making it uncomfortable. We're just talking reality. And the reality is and the reality is you have the necessary group of people or black people who it's like we're separating each other, right? One minute you have a group of Black Americans, right? Then you have African Americans. Then you have a group of Adolfs. Adolfs turns into FBA. FBA turns into Christian fundamentalists or whatever shit that is. And then you have your Pan-Africanists. I am a Pan-Africanist because the belief is, and it's a fact, that we love all of our people from the rooter to the tutor. From if you were born in Britain somewhere, because we have brothers and sisters in Britain. We have brothers and sisters in Jamaica. We have brothers and sisters in China. We have brothers and sisters everywhere in the country, in the United States. And we're so separated from each other. There's only one man that has brought us together, Marcus Garvey, and he brought in the largest group of people in the history of America. And yet
that's why they had to deport him. Yeah, that's why they had to deport him. Them white. Let me tell you, man, the white people, man, they were afraid of him because Garvey was trying to do all kinds. He was trying to start his own shipping line so he could start shipping people back to Africa. He had a lot of stuff in the works. Like, they had to get him out of the country. You feel me? Like they're like, we can't have this Negro here. Shit.
Okay, so we know we can't duplicate that, right? I'm saying here, I'm saying right now as we speak, what can we do now specifically to start, not necessarily start over because it's really too late at this point, but what can we do to ensure you and I can get along with each other so we can have something for ourselves and our communities? What can we bring back to our people as far as positivity is concerned, as far as not economic, but being active? What can we do being active from here on in that we can guarantee something for our people at home? Because they usually tell you it starts with family, right? I know you're not, I don't know if you're married or not, but it does start with family. Then, of course, it starts with everybody else. And then, of course, you have your community meetings. And, of course, you have your food drives. And, of course, you save up enough money so you can have a small institution because it starts all small. The reason why they are on Umar so much is because he wouldn't start small, but he's a big enough he's a big enough figure so he can start. He wants to start big for our brothers and sisters in the community that are not being taught anything. They're not being taught anything. How many black kids are being taught about real history? How many people are being taught the specific things? One of them is math. The other one is science. One is animology. And the other one is civics. How many teachers in the United States of America teaches young African American kids these four specific things? Civics, animology, math, and science. Who does that? You're teaching you don't even teach your kids Black history anymore because they want to erase racism.
Right.
They want to completely erase racism from the books.
Right. And
it started. Didn't it start with prayer? Didn't it start with prayer in schools? Didn't we have prayer in schools once upon a time? Now we don't have them anymore.
When we used to pray that Jesus. Yep.
I went to a Catholic mainstream school, so yeah.
She said, "Pretty goddamn it." but look,
no,
I'm just saying, you have a home.
I can agree though. I'll admit though, right? I've always admitted the truth though, that my people, the one that live on the lands, they're not the original people. I know, because they basically my Persian ancestors came over and they basically not just ruled over, they bred with the locals. So I already know my people are separated from original people. So that's why I always said, though, I'm not original people of that land. I'm just the people who already lived on that land, but I'm already a mixed breed. So I'm like a new type of people, though. That happened a long time ago. I've always admitted.
Guess what, young? You're here right now. You're here now.
I'm happy, though. I'm happy, but
Yes.
I'm telling, literally, that's a good thing. I'm literally admitting the truth, though, because I've always said, though, my people are not the original people.
Just when we start marching with them things called "goddammits" out, you might want to be on the sideline. I'm just saying.
Or otherwise, I'll be caught in trouble.
When we have them "goddammits" out, and he's gonna have his "goddammit."
Okay, might as well just stay in the UK instead, though, if that were to happen for me, Might as well just, go off the radar. Or otherwise, if I came, I'd be in huge trouble.
No, I mean, if I don't see it in our lifetime, maybe. But if there's a Pacific fallout, I would expect people to go underground, safety underground, while the rest of us go ahead and fight.
Okay, not like that, though.
We have no choice. Because what's coming down the road, it's ridiculous, man, and all these
I also feel like this as well to me. That I feel like there's more to me that I don't know of. I only just know about my Persian ancestry. That's my Persian side of the family. That's the only thing I know about. I could probably have more hidden parts of me that I've never really known. I could have different bloodlines though that were mixed in, that I don't know.
You study your bloodline a lot, right?
Yeah, the only thing I know of the tribe in Pakistan, they're like of Iranian descent or Persian descent, and that's just that. That's the only thing I know of.
You said Persian descent.
Yeah, because the Persian Empire, what they did was that time, though, they came over to India. Though what they did is they went through China, came to India, and then basically stayed and ruled over the land. So they couldn't conquer the whole of India, though, because they were defeated by
Wait, hold on. You might be a Moor. Possibly, maybe.
Possibly. I'm not going to deny it, though. I won't deny it. Maybe I should actually do a DNA test and we'll confirm that. I will never deny that fact if that were true.
Have you done the DNA test before?
No, not yet, though. All I know is I actually researched into my family and we found that we're Persian ancestry.
Hey, D, we might have us some more here.
Let me say this, I don't know, he might be, but all I can say is this, I'm not a doctor, I'm not an expert, in the world sense, but I did a lot of heavy into DNA, the haplotypes, all that stuff. You feel me? What I came to the conclusion is after listening to testimony of other people that are experts and whatnot, that the DNA companies, one, you could send in horse DNA and it'll come back saying, oh, it's Spanish, or you could send lizard and it comes back Ashkenaz Jew. So it's like, can you really? I can't trust them to tell ethnicity. Yes, when it comes to solving crime or matching siblings, it's accurate because you can match two DNA sets together. But when it comes to telling your ethnicity, it's a fraud because they only test 0.01% of your entire DNA structure, and two, the populations of regions like this, like young Riaz, whatever, he understands, population shift, people come in and move and take over. So when they take your DNA sample, they're only comparing it to the DNA samples that for the people that currently. So it's like he was saying, the Persians came to India, whatnot. So it's like you're testing it against a population of people that are already mixed and have shifted, have moved around and whatnot. You're not going to get an accurate ethnicity, as far as tracing your bloodline back. You feel me? What you need to understand, the only way to tell your ethnicity is to actually test it with a sample of like a mummy or DNA of a dead body or mummy that's found in that land that definitely was of that ethnicity. We don't have that. They only test towards the current populations, and everybody's moved around, so it's not accurate for telling like what your ethnicity
and
is.
it's not like you can go to your
Sorry if
grandma.
I made that
So the tribe's name is the KY, so it's K, the Kianis or Canaans, though, so from Canaan, Persia. So that's where my Persian ancestors came from Canaan. They went over to India, and what they did was they went through China, came there, and they couldn't rule the whole because the Persian Empire tried and they were defeated. So they were trying to think smart and strategically. So they just went through and just conquered like small pieces of land though. And when they did leave, they just decided to breed with the locals there. So that's why you have a bit of, Pakistanis who are either Persian descendants or Arab descendants, because both Persians and Arabs came there though. So that's why I'm not purebred, of that land, no. My people aren't purebred. They're mixed breed.
All right. Well, whatever the
So
case
I
may
could
be.
be like a pure-blooded version of my own people. Yeah, that is true. But I probably have some mixed, ancestry in it.
Well, whatever the case may be, young, you're here, and that's all
I'm
that
happy.
matters. Gentlemen, final words, because I gotta get some sleep. It's been fun.
I didn't even know it was 7 in the morning. I'm like, damn.
It's about 11:55 here.
Oh, you on West Coast?
Yeah, I'm from Vegas.
Oh, okay.
Okay. For me, it's 11:55 in the UK. All I gotta say, it's a good conversation. I actually get to hear a different perspective, which I'm willing to learn from because I grew up multicultural, and I'm willing to hear out different perspectives and actually learn something. Though I'm very different from, the Pakistanis that are from America or, they that are used to it though. Me, I just grew up multicultural though. From where I'm from, the town I stayed in London though. So in London, there are like multiple different people seen it. And I stayed in Saudi Arabia for 7 to 8 years. So I've seen different cultures and I actually, made friends of different cultures and stuff like that. So I got to learn a lot. That's why I don't really, view myself as, bigger or better than anyone. I just view myself as the same as everybody else. And I treat them nicely as well.
And that's a good thing. D, your turn.
Oh man, like this has actually been my first live stream. I ain't never did this before, man. Like I just joined social media a couple years ago, so like I'm honored that you had me on your show. Like I really appreciate you, King. And
Not a problem.
I'm glad I got to talk to you because I had a lot on my mind with this Marcellus Williams thing. Like it was good to clear my head and talk to you about.
I gotta look that shit up. Yo.
Okay,
you said Marcellus Williams?
like, yeah, Marcellus Williams, and it's crazy. Like everybody calling the governor's office, but and they don't care at all, man. They unplugged the phones. They not gonna. They said that they can't overturn the conviction because he was already convicted, but the DNA proved he's innocent. And we already lost one brother today. The same situation was proven innocent, but they still went ahead with the you feel me, the unaliving. And it's like, and we only had 2 brothers hung on a tree recently. It's just getting really crazy, man. Our people really need like
and in the truck.
One thing I want to push is patrol the hood. Patrol the hood. Make sure your people are okay, man. Like we got to start doing that, man. That's my biggest gripe, man, with the pro-black and then the conscious community is we don't do enough of like protecting our people. You feel me? Everybody want to talk about things and stuff like that. Let's do something for our people. Protect our own, man. Love each other. You feel me? Peace and black power.
Okay, boss. So it's nice speaking to both of you, though. Actually, though, really, it's nice talking to them both.
All right, nice talking to you, sir. Come back again. All right,
okay.
All right, young, come back again, sir. You're always welcome. All right, peace.
You're welcome, man. Peace.
Peace. And that includes this edition of We-On-Loc channel, of the We-On-Loc channel, aka the Lock Sector. If you have not done so, please do so now. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And do not forget to become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. And as we ride out, we're going to ride out with a bang with this last commercial. And we out, sir and ma'am.
Get ready for the most glamorous event of the year, the U2B Streets Awards 2025, February 9, 2025 at Laven Midtown, located at 641 West 42nd Street, New York City. Join us at 12 p.m. for the pre-show red carpet extravaganza and a chance to win $500 in our fashion contest. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., enjoy the gold tier experience with speakeasy confessionals, press interviews, and premium cocktails. At 4 p.m., the platinum tier includes performances, a comedic host, an awards ceremony, dinner, and gift bags. From 8 p.m., the diamond tier features a VIP after party with a DJ, aerial dance, fire performances, and gift bags. 24 YouTube categories. And many nominees. Can't attend in person? Stream the entire event live on Hush and Move Media via Uscreen for just $9.99. Get your early bird tickets before September 15, 2024. Visit now. Be a sponsor. Be extraordinary. Be there. Be great.